best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
I'm back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Technology Thursday. Welcome. You like Trump's speech? Wow. Did you like the part where he said he's never going to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Newsflash: Iran has a nuclear weapon. Yeah. Trump didn't read the treaty that Obama signed. It gave Iran a nuclear weapon. Could someone please give Donald Trump a little help with his thinking? Is there somebody out there that could actually assist him in making credible thoughts? And yeah. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about what's happening in the news. First of all, I want to thank all of you for getting through that terrible, tragic war diversion that was thrown at us by Donald Trump, where everyone thought that we were going to enter World War III, and your families were going, "What did he do, Daddy? Daddy, what's going to happen?" And all your family members were freaked out because your president decides to do some unpredictable act of aggression, which we don't know fully. I have yet to see the evidence of the guy creating missiles to be attacking our forces. We don't know that. We're going to go into this blindly thinking, oh, this guy was creating missiles that were going to attack our forces in Iraq. Did he really do the supposed assembly of people outside of the embassy? Was that all planned by Soleimani? I seriously doubt that. Did he plan on having a squib go off outside the location of the embassy? I don't know. I seriously doubt that. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah. What can I do for you, Randy? Yeah. We're online all the time. Sorry, I couldn't hear you, man. Could you call back when you get a better signal? Yeah, you sound very strange. Yeah, thank you. It sounded like he was underwater. Randy, are you okay? Could be that it was a secret retaliation of Soleimani's death. Let's just call him what he is, Salmonella. Let's change his name to Salmonella, okay? It'd be a lot easier to say. All right, thank you. General Salmonella is gone. Move on now. Okay, Trump did what he felt he had to do. The NSA supposedly had credible intel. Who am I to judge? I wasn't there. I'm not boots on the ground. Yeah. So General Salmonella is gone. Let's just forget about it. Okay? Thank you. Meanwhile, now we have to deal with the aftermath of what Iran is going to do to us. Thanks, Donald Trump. Nice. The Iranian missile system shot down the Ukrainian flight, according to experts, claiming it was probably a mistake, according to sources. Yeah, so we're just reevaluating what happened. 170 some odd people died, and the crash site was an absolute, I mean, nobody was there. There was just a bunch of fires started. It was like incinerated in the sky. So we have to assume that that entire location where the Iranian 737 crashed was virtually incinerated in the air. So a missile strike, it does make sense. Let's take a look at this. Look at the damage. Cool music in the background. We don't need that. Killing all 167 passengers and 9 crew members on board. So, wow, 176 people died. Flight radar data suggested the aircraft crashed just after takeoff. From Imam Khomeini Airport in Tehran. The plane was bound for the Kiev, Ukraine. It's carrying over 60 Canadians. It's unclear whether the incident is linked to the Iran-U.S. confrontation. I think it's safe to say it is, because they were on a major alert, and it's likely their defense system overreacted. So we can blame all of this on Donald Trump. All right? Now, he did get a really good war diversion. Yeah. Can you spell diversion? Notice you're not talking about his impeachment Senate hearing. It's kind of amazing what war diversions will do. Can you cite war diversion? It worked pretty well. Remember I had it on the screen during the episode? Yeah, so now you know what he was all about. Trump needs everything he can to keep our minds off the fact that he's working for Russia. Yeah, you heard me. Bob thinks the Earth is flat. Yeah, Bob, do you think the Earth is flat? Let's see what he says.
Obamacare is a complete and total disaster. Let Obamacare.
He's watching the news. He doesn't even hear our show.
Healthcare, perfect patients and careful. I've been a nurse in New York for 30 years. I know the difference station to me because I saw what went forward.
That's kind of cool. We're just listening to Bob eat his dinner. It's so cool. Isn't that great? He comes on our show and eats his dinner. I like that about you, Bob. Read my lips. No quid pro quo with Ukraine. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a different president. No, I didn't know. No, nothing. No quid pro quo. No, nothing. No. That was Donald Trump. So we have presidents with sound bites about quid pro quo from various generations. Hey, let's not pick on Awesome Carl, okay? All right. Bob is doing well. He's hanging in there. Right on, man. Thanks for coming in. Democrats are not terrorists. They're just brain dead. Oh, look, we have a fork in the meal. The fork is out there. Look at that. That was pretty cool. David, are you doing a show tonight, or is this just like last night? Well, you came to the show, Awesome Carl. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. Oh, hi. How are you? You're not the same Awesome Carl, though, that's famous for his Awesome Carlness. Different guy. Let's talk about the news, shall we? Yeah. These Republicans voted yes on the War Powers resolution. So he wants a war. Is he starting a war with Iran? Is that what he's planning on doing? Is that the next big move? I've decided to start another war. These Republicans voted yes on the War Powers Act resolution, an effort to restrain Trump's ability to use military action against Iran without congressional approval, with the support of 3 Republicans. Great. Those 3 may very well be the ones.
Voted. What's the latest?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Wolf. And you really need to view this resolution that they just voted on, just passed, as kind of a political messaging effort trying to reshape public policy. This isn't on its face necessarily going to restrict what President Trump can or can't do related to his own authority or efforts to strike against Iran if he believes that the opportunity presents itself. But what it does do is send a very clear message, a message that you've heard repeatedly from Democrats over the course of the last couple of days, especially in the wake of those classified briefings from administration officials yesterday, that they believe there wasn't necessarily sufficient justification.
Hi, welcome to Dave's Download Show,
that killed Qasem Soleimani, but perhaps more importantly,
where we only let out a few words at a time, and then we stop, and everything is syncopated.
That the explanations have not been fulsome. Whether or not the attack was imminent has not been explained, and what the administration's next steps forward.
Come on, CNN, get your act together. Jeez, they can't even go through my VPN fast enough. So Bob had his 6,000 calorie dinner and is on his way toward losing some serious calories, losing some serious weight. You know, with all the work you do, Bob, out there running your pit bulls, your German shepherds that kill pit bulls, you are a pretty fit guy.
Straight in.
But we can't put your audio on because you're just blasting. Yeah. And now he's got the ketchup. What are you doing? Throwing ketchup on your potatoes? It's amazing. It's almost like looking at an American family eating their dinner. It's kind of cool. Well, if he takes the dogs for a walk, they might find a pit bull out there and then start eating it. Boy, he's throwing that ketchup on. That's got corn syrup, Bob. Yeah. Ketchup has GMO corn syrup in it. Unless, of course, it's otherwise tells you. Now, there are some ketchups that don't. They have no high fructose corn syrup. Get those. Very good ketchup. Yes, welcome, Michael Sweet. Yes, you really like a goody ketchup. Bob is not aware of the dangers of sugar or high fructose corn syrup. I'm trying to get him on board. Okay, so we're back to the war diversion now. Trump is going to face Operation Stop Point. 3 Republicans have signed a War Powers Act or working toward a War Powers resolution that will hold Donald Trump in check. The Iranian missile system shot down the Ukrainian flight, probably by mistake. We got that. Okay, Trump says, we were ready. At an Ohio rally, he said, we were ready. What, for the guy who's going to attack people with his missiles? Okay. And McConnell piped up, Mitch McConnell, Moscow Mitch, who works for the Russians. He said that he's going to have this GOP senators gather to expect an impeachment trial next week. Won't that be great? And they probably won't call any witnesses, so it'll be kind of like a kangaroo court because the Republicans are working for Russia. That's right, Daryl. Moscow Mitch. Let's not forget, he does have connections to a Russian oligarch, Len Blavatnik, who got him $3,000 for re-election. Look at that shit-eating grin he's got on his face. Yeah, that's how you get a shit-eating grin. My eyes are not sinking. My eyes adore you, though they never really saw you. Well, actually, we have a picture of you with your webcam. Could you close your webcam? Your house looks like a pigsty. Yeah. Oh my God, it's the original fake Carl. Hey, it's me, fake Carl. I do believe AOC has something going on. I'm not sure what. There's erratic laughter over the death of American soldiers. Something's wrong with Ocasio-Cortez she's completely, obsessed with herself. Let's just call it greed. She's suffering from extreme greed. He does look like a human turtle, but let's not forget, according to PolitiFact, this guy is getting a big donor. Not his biggest donor, mind you, but a big donor was from a Russian oligarch. If you'd like the link to that, I'll be glad to send it to you. Thank you for abiding by our rules, Vika, not to put links to your German weird links to truth from Iranian YouTube. And now we have a word from a woman in Iran. Let's go there. Hold on, please. One moment, please. Okay, here she is.
I am Iranian American. Hi, friends. So, a lot of you have been reaching out to me asking me my opinion about what's going on and, wanting to know my opinion. So, here's my 2 cents. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sarah, also known as Erica for my American friends who can't say Sarah. I am Iranian American. I have spent the last 12 years of my life as a human rights activist working on Iran policy, watching the Middle East. Yeah, it's a super complex issue, and many of you probably before today had never ever heard of the name Mohandes or Soleimani, but I feel like we're living in the twilight zone, guys. I'm completely outraged at this notion that the propaganda machine that is the media is glorifying Qasem Soleimani. Do you people know that this man has not only the blood of Americans on his hands, but the blood of Iranians, Iraqis, Yemenis, Afghanis? I mean, since when did we start mourning the death of a terrorist? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I've had friends on the left, both Iranian and American, attack me for echoing the rhetoric of my people.
Wow. We are going to feature more of her tonight. Thank you. And I got to tell you, it's nice, it's refreshing to hear an Iranian person say that this man was a terrorist. Yeah. And he deserved it. So I'm glad she's speaking out. This is no nationalist rhetoric, just a woman speaking out her truth. And we will play more of that tonight. Thank you. Yeah. Good to know. Well, I'm not here to hate Iranian people, and I certainly don't want anything bad to happen to them. I want the 82 million Iranian people to, prosper, aside from the bad people that want to destroy us and kill us all off. Please don't talk about sex here. Thanks. It's a 5-minute layoff when you do that. Yeah, you can't. This is a political show. It's not about sex. Just so you know. Yeah. I'm sorry you feel that way. I had something open earlier. I just want to make sure it is. Okay.
Webinar, might just continue with that.
Okay, what time does it start?
It's already started, but
Okay, watch that for a while.
okay, I can come in and.
At 7:30 then, I guess. Okay.
Well, I can.
How long is the webinar?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
As long, you don't have to be there, per se. All right, thank you. So who are these Republicans that voted in favor? Okay, the House has Republican Representatives Matt Gaetz and Francis Rooney of Florida, as well as Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky, all crossed party lines to vote in favor of the resolution. Yay! We got Republicans now in the House that are flipping on a resolution and going against the Republican war masters, the hawkish people that Republicans are, and trying to put the brakes on Donald Trump. Good. Now we need to impeach him in the Senate. If only they got 3 senators to commit to a secret ballot, they could do that. They could set the rules up and create a secret ballot and then everyone would vote privately. No one would know what their vote was. That, to me, would be fair. Kiefer Boy says he was standing on the deck of a promenade deck of a Carnival cruise ship docked in Tahiti, and you overheard two Kenyan nationals discussing our $500 a month idea. Yeah. You felt so moved you had to shake their hands. Wow. You know, it's strange that you run into all these people, Kiefer. You must be one heck of a really busy guy. Yeah. Or you're lying through your teeth about the whole thing. Either way. But yeah, thanks for the tip. As long as you think it's real. You may just be hallucinating. Are you on acid? Just so we know. Okay, you're going to post something. You're getting ready, huh? Vika is ready to post any minute now. We should get something of a different background in here. Okay. Oh, there we are. The reminder of what year it is. I know. Those were the days, my friends. I got to get this thing out of here. There it is. Oops. Grabbing the camera. Okay, so today is Technology Thursday, and I think it's very appropriate that we discuss something of technology. So let's get to that technology issue. This is the coolest thing I've seen last week, and it was a drone that will plant millions of trees. It's a flying drone that will plant trees, seedlings, which will help save the planet. Is that not the coolest thing ever? This drone will save our planet by planting 1 billion trees in 8 years using special seeds. Isn't that great? Bob, you're eating too fast. You're going to get indigestion. You're probably on Prilosec. You need to slow down, Mehdi. Yeah, you can tell he's just stuffing himself with food. It's to kill the pain of realization that his great leader has now started a war with Iran, or has he? He's like it's 2020, I know. Isn't that cool? Yeah, and I thought you'd like that. Here is India Times. Those eyes are dragging bad? What eyes are you referring to? Mute, or if you talk about anyone's eyes here, you will be banned. Do you really want to go to Larry Sinclair right now?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you for that. And I think it's safe for all of you to know that what we do here at America's Third Party is unlike any other media event in the world. That's one of the... Oh, isn't that sweet? You're getting love from your wife. That's so cool. She kissed him after his big meal. Isn't that nice? See, Bob, life is easy. That is. Yeah, so we are different in many ways from the two parties, and I want you all to know that. So I constructed a little video primer to get you on board with where we're coming from. I'm against a dangerous use of vaccines. I'm against weather modification, which is happening in the skies above us. I want to stop chemtrails. We want to make sure people have a better quality food and cut back on pesticides and herbicides, whereas the two parties endorse that stuff and the contamination of our environment. We also want to give you a less tax burden with a 10% flat tax, things like that. But here's the sum total, kind of a synopsis of what we're all about. Thank you. Hold that thought right there. We're also a voter revolution. We're getting people to see the importance of online participation, and that's what we're all about. Welcome to the show again. We're doing everything we can to wake people up. I just had a conversation with somebody who claims that chemtrails don't exist. The technology for chemtrails was developed in the 1940s with the seeding of clouds for weather modification. They started doing it back in 1946, the first seeding of clouds. But as early as 1966, they actually have patents on file on doing weather modification and using chemicals in the air. This technology was originally developed by Tesla. He computed that by seeding clouds with heavy metals, they could send electricity through the air rapidly and change the weather. I know this sounds like hocus pocus to some people, but it's really possible and it's very real. So if you're in total denial, maybe you're one of those ostriches or dinosaurs out there.
I can't talk. What do I do?
Well, just hold that thought, Joe. You can't understand anything either, so. It will, yeah, they can make it snow in August, yeah, definitely. We've all seen weird weather patterns. You'd have to be either blind, stupid, or a Republican to not believe that we're seeing some sort of a problem with our weather. There are people out there in Iowa who had a 70 below zero winter last year. We had some pretty mild winter up here, almost unseasonably mild, whereas the entire Midwest got slammed with snow over the past couple of weeks and months. We have a conflict going on right now as to whether Michelle Obama is a man or a woman in our room over here. I can assure you Michelle is a man. Yes. Everything points to that, including the flapping thing between her legs that was seen on the Ellen DeGeneres show. I'm not here to make up stories. I'm just here to tell you the truth. Let's go to an actual photograph of that right now. As you can see in this dance episode with Ellen DeGeneres standing next to her, Michelle Obama was seen with a appendage hanging between her legs, possibly two appendages or three. This is more than enough evidence, conclusive evidence, that Michelle Obama is in fact a dude. Now, I don't know if she's a transgender. She may want to be identified as a transgender during the court proceedings when she gets tried for fraud along with her husband. But I will make it very clear as your president that we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're not going to be lied to about having a FLOTUS when we've had a first transgender of the United States, FTOTUS. Yeah, she's hung like a yeah. Legalized cannabis is not like legalizing water, no. First of all, we have legalized water and legalized cannabis. So I kind of get your point, but not really. They charge a lot for cannabis in Washington, and I don't mean the cost to the consumer. I mean the cost to the seller. The sellers in Washington state, and we're one of the most productive states in that department, the sellers are having a hard time making money because the taxes are close to 42% on the production and sale and transport of cannabis. Other states are starting to get with the program and realize what's happening, but it's not the first time I've heard this from people who are trying to make money. When they sell, they can barely keep their staff. I mean, it's almost like they're running out of bare bones, these stores. So, but they're still propagating, but the Democrats in Washington are stupid. They have lied and behaved terribly about this whole thing, and they make it so that every shop is different and all kinds of rules and regulations have to be abided by. They don't even know what they're doing. That's why our state of Washington is running in the red. They literally don't even know what they're doing. If the tax was 10% for growers, 10% for middlemen, and 10% for retailers, you'd have a total of 30%, and those businesses would survive better. Right now, they're barely hanging on. Even though the demand for marijuana and cannabis is still very strong, we've got a very untenable situation. The state of Washington is really sucking too much money out. But at least we have legalized marijuana in the state of Washington. That's a good thing. Now, Bob, you never smoked marijuana in your life, and you never will. And I don't blame you. I really don't. I tell everybody, if you've never smoked marijuana, don't. You'll want to go back and smoke it again. All right. Yeah. So you learn about roaches. You learn about kids jumping on your lap. Are you Joe Biden? Just seriously, are you?
I can't talk.
I know. You could make money by starting a street cleaning service. Yeah, Poop Pickup R Us. Yep, Poop Pickup R Us is born. Yeah, that's right. Poop Pickup R Us. You could go in with like pooper scoopers and cleaners and, you know, like one of those water steamers that you can steam off. I'm sure you'd make $750,000 a year, because that's how much Nancy Pelosi pays out in her district to have people pick up poop. It's a very lucrative job, by the way. You get good money doing that. Poop picker-uppers. Maybe we could train these drones to do that. You know, they're making these drones in India to be able to inject into the ground, skewer the ground, and then insert a seedling and move on to the next hole. Isn't that great? Here's how it works. The secret sauce is applied to the seed, local seeds, nutrients, and then the seeds sprout, and then the drone comes in and drops them in the ground. Then the seeds start sprouting fast, and then pretty soon you've got trees. Wasn't that simple? Simple as ABC. 1, 2, 3. You and me. So that's one new technology. We haven't had a lot of new technologies come our way recently, but it's certainly not something that we want to make a big deal about, you know. We've had to revive the same technologies over the past 3 weeks, and I keep bringing them forth because there's just not a lot of new technology we can talk about. Let's not forget they've got a new way of making hydrogen. This was from 2 or 3 weeks ago. I've been repeating it, but yeah. Researchers in Sydney, Australia have discovered a way of creating hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, using metals that are very common, like nickel and iron. So hope there that we'll have more liquid hydrogen on the way. Yay! I know, Bob couldn't handle the heat. Every time somebody eats really bad food and goes on screen, they're going to get all kinds of criticism from people. Okay, let's take a look at the presidential feed you have from guest 714 at iVlog. Thank you for coming in. Checking as we speak. Oh, I think I'm missing my Twitch show. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, he was doing a lot of corn syrup there and sugar and everything. No, that's not going to happen, Vika. Remember, we talked about that. I don't have any delusions. No. I'm the only person only honest person willing to run for president, apparently, on a daily basis and have given my all. If you don't recognize that, then you're a fool. You voted for crooks and criminals in the White House. I don't, Milrose. That's a bannable offense. I cut back weight big time on sugar many years ago. And I've cut back considerably on, anything that is bad for you, like salt. Okay, a video shows a Florida teacher who throws his student out the window or out the class. Let's take a look. Forced violence. Oh, you got some Top Gear for me? Okay, cool. Teacher charged with forced violence. Caught on camera. Here we go. You know, I agree with you. The libtards have guaranteed a landslide win for Trump if a third-party guy can't get into the mix. The way the liberals are going with picking Pete Buttigieg, it's going to force a lot of people to become Trump supporters, even though they don't want to be. Yeah. The fact that they're entertaining these people who are like branded gimmick presidential candidates like Pete Buttigieg, that guy, first homosexual, running for, well, we had Barack Obama. He's obviously gay, married to a transgender. Yeah, if Trump picked me as his VP, he'd seal the deal. He really would. And we could start to, at least have leverage to not let Russia dominate politics. Because I'm not bought off by Russia and won't be. I'm unbuyable. See, every time you have foods containing sugar, you get shortness of breath. No sugar for you, yeah. Boy, you're really sensitive, J-Mix. Okay, is this going to play or what? Jeez, Louise. Let's take a look.
This video, released by the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, shows 47-year-old Perfumi grabbing and pushing a 14-year-old student out of a classroom.
Wow.
West 2 News spoke with that student's father, who tells us they immediately wanted to press charges after watching this footage.
I was infuriated as a parent. You send your kid to school and you expect for them to be able to go get an education in a safe, sound environment. And then I saw the video and that really took me over the edge.
An arrest report shows this started with the teenager playing music on his computer during class. Perfumi reportedly told the student to turn it down, and the student refused. The teacher then allegedly took the computer away, and the 14-year-old called him a racial slur. The student told investigators Mr. Perfumi grabbed him and turned him around and put him in a chokehold, and his feet were barely touching the ground when Mr. Perfumi shoved him out of the door. The student's father says his son should not have behaved disobediently, but he's also concerned his child could have been seriously hurt.
So you traumatize him mentally and emotionally, and not just him, but the other kids that have to witness that.
The victim's father also tells me he believes Perfumi should face more serious charges than a simple battery misdemeanor. In Flagler County, Chris Guardaro, West 2 News.
I don't know about that. I mean, how else was he going to get the kid out of the classroom? Did he physically beat him up? You notice how it was really hard to hear the guy's father? It sounded like Boomhauer, on Hank's.
His dang old life from ancient antiquities pursuant to the public domain Title 9, 7 of the State Resource Code. Look like Woodstock over here, man. You talking about an old dang Shauna?
It just seemed like it was hard to understand what he was saying. But the father is distraught. The worst economy ever. Our economy has been propped up by massive borrowing. The Dow Jones is not reflecting what's really happening in the streets of America. But we had an up day on Dow Jones, nearly hitting 29,000. Yeah. So here we thought it was going to go down with the Iranian attack of the Soleimani. I like to refer to him as Salmonella, if that's okay. General Salmonella. But we are looking at a pretty robust stock market because, well, for one, Steve Mnuchin has borrowed $1.5 trillion and stuck it in our stock market. Secretly. Yeah. He can't really explain it. 1.5 trillion in $100 bills have disappeared. They're supposedly in banks, but I have a feeling he printed them up and put them in the money markets. See, the government can buy money market accounts to shore them up, make the stock market look robust. It's really kind of a Ponzi scheme. And if the government is doing that, that's bad for us long term. So if you think our economy is going great, you might as well go ahead and get a basket at your local market and start building your own survival kit. Yeah, because you will be on the streets soon. Nancy has her own issues. The obsession she has with lots of poop in her district. God, that's got to be tough. Cleaning up crap in your district. And don't ever use that word here, Cal Worthington. I will ban you. I did, yes, Jacob. The economy will collapse. Yeah. It's going to be bad, too. The more they borrow right now to stick money in the economy, the worse it's going to be when it does collapse. Trump is just borrowing from tomorrow to pay for today. We're all going to pay the price for Trump's ineptitude. And this moron he has, Steve Mnuchin, oh my goodness. He has no respect of any economist in the world. He's seen as an outcast. Stick to politics, not that subject. Thank you. Yeah, well, where are the $1.5 trillion in $100 bills, Steve? He says they're in banks somewhere. The reason why they want to hold dollars is because the U.S. is a safe place to have your money, to invest and hold your assets. Mnuchin said it's interesting that in an increasingly digital world, the demand for U.S. currency continues to go up. There's a lot of Benjamins all over the world, he says. So I just have a feeling he printed them up and stuck them in the money markets. There's no reason why they'd be so buoyant. Yeah. I think he's doing what Pat Paulson did, the former Treasury Secretary, during the subprime mortgage debacle when he had the authority to do it. He was buying up all kinds of bad notes. Deutsche Bank got $17 billion. We lost all that money. It's all gone. We'll never get it back. And this $1.5 trillion is gone too. What happens when the government prints up money and gives it away? Well, your money becomes worth less because there's more money in currency, meaning for the first time, your money is worth less and less. There are more $100 bills right now than $1 bills being used in currency. That shows you how leveraged our markets are. I never sold one car in a day. I'm not a car salesman. Yeah. Well, when it's worth less, it becomes worthless. That's the point. That's why people have inflation. Where most of my information is coming from, a vast source of knowledge that I've accrued over the years. Specifically where? I'm not really schooled in any one school of economics. I wrote a book called Hybrid Capitalism, which is, I think, revolutionary, where we can begin to revive the economy, putting money back into it, infusing it with opportunity. Hybrid capitalism is a concept. We provide solutions, hybrid capitalist solutions for America. We wrote a book about it. It's on our website called Hybrid Capitalism, in which we talk about the government fueling new industries without having unfair advantage, which would be socialism. And hybrid capitalism merely finesses the capitalist system, knowing full well that really at the core of capitalism is innovation and your greed, ironically. If you're greedy, it's built into the system. We just don't have room in hybrid capitalism for people like George Soros or people who want to capitalize on the system like Jeff Bezos, who's robbed the system of lots of money. The billionaires in the world this past year have made 25% on their money. That was a statistic we brought up last week. They've made a quarter or 25% on their money, which is unheard of. The American people can get 0.01% interest in their bank account, but they make 0.25. We get 0.01. Hardly anything. They get a huge amount. And that's because their money makes money. And the system is set up for that. Hybrid capitalism will begin to whittle away at the big mega corporations and their power over our government. It will unhinge the system in which lobbyists control our government by getting senators and congressmen to rig votes in favor of tax deductions and tax credits. And what we're trying to do is steer away from the power of lobbyists who continually manipulate our political system to help corporations. So it's a very simple plan, really. I'm offering a 10% tax on anything over $50,000. It's a very simple plan. First, yeah, that's a simple plan so that people who make very little money pay less tax. It's not going to overwhelm you to have the 10% tax on anything over $50,000. So this concept is unheard of. It's a graduated flat tax. It has great opportunities for investors worldwide to put their money in the U.S. It's built into our hybrid capitalist model. And we simply want to get this kind of a tax for Americans too, because most people who make less than $50,000 shouldn't be taxed. We need that money going back in the economy. We could grow from this process. Right now, we're stifled by the limitations our government has put in getting money to the people that need it to build business. So coupled with this is an infrastructure bank offering 2% loans to people who are U.S. citizens, offering U.S. citizens a job. So this is another concept that's in our book. Offering an infrastructure bank loan of 2% helps stimulate the growth of our economy and helps production. Trump has done nothing to tackle our systemic flaws in our economy. He's virtually been a complete dunce when it comes to building business in America. He is a guy who's made money buying companies and selling them and bankrupting them. Much like Mitt Romney and Bain Capital. These companies are takeover artists. They're not people who build the old-fashioned way like Henry Ford did with Ford Company. These people knew how to build production. Trump doesn't know how to do that. He outsourced most of his jobs. Unless it's, of course, this is not a wig. This is just the way I comb my hair. I'll be combing it the other way after Sarah gives me a break later. Yeah. It's not a big deal. Yeah, this is just my hair, okay? Thanks. Dave, you do understand you do that by yourself, I hope. Do what? Do what? I like money. I like cash. But I'm not in love with money. I'm not a person who wants to get more money. I prefer cash. I prefer cash to credit. What I'm saying I will do, yes. If I were to offer a business 2% loan to hire U.S. citizens, I'm sure people could start any number of businesses. Home cleanup. You could get a couple of your girlfriends or guys to work on cleaning houses and open up a natural home cleaning operation where no toxic chemicals are used. That would be one idea. You qualify for a nice infrastructure bank loan of 2% and you can start your business that way. Say you call it non-toxic home cleaning, hypothetically. You'd have a niche market. You'd be able to charge a premium. And there are a lot of people that don't like the smell of toxic, waste in their house. They don't want Comet in their toilets.
Now, Marie Kondo, you could partner that with the Marie Kondo method of organization. I mean, she's made a huge living on organizing people's homes.
Marie Kondo has made a lot of money organizing people's homes. You could become a home organizer as well as a house cleaner.
KonMari method. People will work with the people to help them organize their house. But yeah, it's like, it's really,
pretty cool. So all kinds of new ideas would be spawned, ergo the name Spawnheim, and we'd be able to get our economy rolling again. But that's something that Trump didn't do. Trump just talks about how great the economy is, and his Treasury Secretary, Mnuchin, I think printed up $1.5 trillion and just dispensed with it in our money markets. We don't know where that money is, and he doesn't either. That's kind of suspicious, don't you think? Oh, I'm sorry, you don't think. Okay, so forget about it. Okay, so we're back to normal again with Iran. No major upsets since the General Soleimani has died. One Iranian girl spoke up about how she felt that it was atrocious for us to be mourning a terrorist. And even the Iranian people see this guy as a terrorist. So let's not hate Iranian people, okay? Thank you. Yeah, and I'm not sure. We've got a piece of technology I'll be looking at. This is called Top Gear 2020. Let's take a look at this, Sarah. I'm just so it fit some technology into the show. Oh, I can't play this until later tonight. That's BBC. They'll monetize me. It's some sort of a device they created. Yeah, I can't. I'll do that later. Okay,
what do you mean by M1 and M2?
Appeals court has allowed Trump to divert $3.6 billion in military funds for the border wall, just like I said he could do. I was the guy that came up with the idea that Trump could just use military funds to do this. And lo and behold, Trump can. I was right again. This is like, I'm right about everything. It's bizarre. I don't know how I'd keep doing it.
Educate me further.
All right, thank you. So the wall is being built, but slowly and poorly.
Okay. He's going to divert $3.6 billion in military funds for border wall. Okay, and you're concerned about the amount of... Wait, I have to go up and see what you said first. You're concerned with all the money printing and the growth of both the cash and the bank deposits, etc. Why are you so concerned about the growth of the money supply? You don't think that actually grows the economy? You're worried about inflation? Actually, as Yoda 692 Yoda is the one that said, "There is no try, there's only do." There's a specific definition for money supply, and M1 is one measure, M2 is another, M3 is broader measure. Okay, got it. Oh, sorry, got it. Okay. You don't think we can just print money? I think that's how the entire monetary system started in the first place, is they decided to just print money. So that's what they did. So how can they not do that? You want there to not be, and I think people expect growth. MMT, modern monetary theory, says we can just print it. Yeah. I think that, I think we live with a modern monetary society that it does just print it. And I kind of go with that theory because I feel like money represents, to me, money represents, of course, goods and services, right? And the thing is that if people are always expecting growth, unless we're going to go back to a barter system, then we're going to have a monetary system. And that the issue is that, people expect to be paid for things, but I think anything is possible. Yes, you do have to, there has to be some regulations though that there's not infinite inflation, but you say money is by definition a store of value and a medium of exchange. Exactly right. But I do think that, how can you go about lowering the monetary supply? You would have to go through M2, I guess, bank deposits and get rid of a zero from everybody's bank account. It's very difficult once the money starts being printed. That's not the only reason I work, but one of the reasons I work is money, but I work for other reasons as well. Only if you boil it, Hot Rails. I don't know if I would. What do you think? Hot Rails, aren't you the person that says women don't wash? Why would you trust that? Anyway, whatever. Anyway, going back to the monetary issue, the thing is, I feel that I feel it's difficult to shrink. Once it's there, it's hard, but the Fed can easily shrink the money supply. By raising reserve requirements of Federal Reserve banks. If they do shrink the money supply, they'd have to do it, wouldn't they have to do it slowly over time? Or instead of shrinking it, the first step would just be to stop it from growing, because not right now, they're not even considering shrinking it. It's continuing to expand all the time. Yes. Okay, so this is where the issue comes in, right? With the federal government running huge deficits. And that's where I kind of feel like, monetary supply, I understand the expanding money, because when it goes to the deficits and you're just looking at, then that is just looking at the monetary aspect. I believe that you also have to look at the aspect of, like, government says, we want this, we want that, we want this, we want that. And so all of those things are possible if you had unlimited money. So there's another way to think about it. What if money was unlimited? Debt of the government is income to government employees, government customers that sell to government. Yeah, there's a lot of debt. But what is... Yeah, it seems like my hat's expanding and really twinkly. But what if there were unlimited money? Yeah, so now we can think of unlimited money. Because when you're talking about shrinking money, that's different. That's completely opposite than what I'm proposing about the whole idea of unlimited funds. With unlimited funds, then you could accomplish unlimited goals, because money isn't just money. Money really represents the goods and services that can be accomplished with that tool. Will we ever reach the limits of production? That's why I guess it's limited in some degree, because yeah, there are some limits on it, but what if it wasn't? I don't know what you're talking about, Canadian. David thinks that luckily we sell defense technology to offset declining production. Therefore, we have, like, war. Oh, I see what you're saying, 692, about going to... Well, you say David is running for president, has no idea what he can and cannot do as president. Right. Yes, David is definitely watching us. Yes, all wars are banker wars, because all wars are all about expanding the monetary supply. Yeah. I've seen parts of that show. All wars are bankers' wars. Not all of them. I do have a nice paycheck. Of course, then the problem with expanding money is that the people that are working or making money, the gap between the haves and the have-nots just continue to expand. That's what you got to look for, politics. Yeah, we are far from not having debt, David, but I think his point is that if we did not have debt, I don't know if this is true. You said all debt is income to someone else, and somebody said about the quickest way to crash the economy is to not have debt. So what if the people we're currently indebted to suddenly said, erased all the debt, said you don't owe us anything? Then we would still have billionaires everywhere. The thing is that there will be more and more and more millionaires as time goes on because of the expanding monetary supply. But then the people that don't work, they're going to be hurting for certain, I guess is the best way to say. Because of the fact that we have money. You say savings is debt by definition. Wait, what? But the entire monetary system is debt. If you got rid of all debt, you wouldn't have money. It's interesting that you said that, True Blue, because I did see that aloe vera was in the same aisle as same area as the fiber. So aloe vera is really good. Yeah, the only way we have money is debt. So why, in some ways, it's like, I mean, personally, I try to live a debt-free life in my microeconomics. But in macroeconomics, I don't necessarily agree in being debt-free when you go to a macroeconomic field. In fact, I kind of believe with the thing you were talking about, modern monetary theory, about almost, I actually a little while ago when they're talking about the debt ceiling, like if they did not have a debt ceiling, there would not be government shutdowns. There would never be a discussion of government shutdowns if there wasn't a debt ceiling. I don't think you need to teach greed. I think that greed is innate, Medveral. David thinks that if you save gold, you're not acquiring debt. But going to the idea of, I think it was really Zeitgeist that opened me up to the idea that, well, actually the entire monetary, if you didn't have debt, you wouldn't have a monetary system, because the entire system is debt. It would be, funnier to have a greed class and diploma. Yeah. It would be funnier. I'm glad you love David. My students, do I teach this to my students? No, because the age level of students I teach, I don't teach it. Because I teach very young students. I don't even talk about the news unless they bring it up, and then I'll talk to them a little bit about it. But actually, it's kind of funny. I've kind of on the last year gotten on the kick of like trying to avoid the news as much as possible. And it's very ironic because I obviously have a political show, and they expect people who are politically inclined to know all of the news. Actually, more politics, 18 years. But really, news, if it's not affecting me directly, then I'm just going to continue to live my life. That's how I feel about it. And my life is really fantastic. And the thing is that there's a thing with money that happens when you have enough money to take care of your needs. I guess that's the best way to say it. When you have enough money to David Sponheim, if you have enough money to take care of your needs, then it kind of makes you question like why you're doing certain things. And like there's a great book that was written by an author that I recently read. His name's Daniel Pink, and the book, which one? It's about motivation. And I listen to his books. I don't read them. And he has a nice voice, so he actually reads his own books, which is kind of nice. Oh, it's called Drive. And I think he's also has some TED Talks and things like that. But he talks about, in his book, he talks about motivation, and he talks about motivation 1.0 and motivation 2.0. And motivation 1.0 is like people are motivated by money. Like everybody wants money. But ironically, what happens when either you read this book and you're like, oh, or you just, maybe it's because you reach a certain level of money, then what really motivates you is other things like leaving a legacy, bettering humanity, things like that. This is a hat. This is my hair. I actually have, this is my hair. Thanks for asking, super cool guy over at Twitch. So that's why one of the reasons I say that I really love my job, because I do get paid for it, but I also feel like I can have a bigger impact on the world through teaching, because that's what I do, and it's like a ripple effect. And you know, the thing is that's really shows about motivation and the money or why people do things is if you look at all the open source technology, open source resources that have been, or Wikipedia is a great example. Like people donated their own time to create this amazing encyclopedia. You don't like my hat? Well, maybe I wear the hat just to make you upset. I wear this hat because my friend made it for me, and I think it's a cool hat. I actually should wear it like this, wear it like that. That's the way to wear my hat. Yeah. There. Maybe it makes me look less 3D. I like it like this. Well, no, I disagree, Zeno. Well, it makes me happy, Bangalitis, because I think about how much energy goes into, how much resources go into creating energy. You know how much gas they burn or coal they burn to create energy? I don't know if that's the kind of friends I want, are the people that money can buy. Pirates. France slapped Google with a $166 million antitrust fine for opaque and inconsistent ad rules. The more people you have around you, the more money you have, but I don't know if you would call those friends. I am David's best friend. I like my salary. I make a good amount of money. Well, for me, it's just what I need. Even though they say around here the prices of housing is really expensive. I'm fortunate that David owns his own house, And so I have really affordable housing. What does the M, the V, the P, and the Q stand for? I don't know if I do agree with David on that one. I don't think I do agree with David, sorry. David believes our nation has gone overboard infusing money into the system. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't need a dog. Thank you. And here comes David to tell me why I should agree with him, probably. I think I accept David just the way he is. I love David the way he is. And if you're tired of making money, then you can give your money away to other people that can make more resource from it. No, super cool guy. In fact, no. Yes. All right, sorry. Super cool guy says it looks like one of those gag Rasta hats. I think it's cool. Wikipedia is a CIA-controlled site ops. Yeah, it's become that, but I don't think it always was that. I think it's over time it's become that. And no, super cool guy, that last comment is not correct. Well, I think it should be pirate. Why are so many women in our military? Why are there so many men in our military? Yeah, well, I believe everybody has a story, and there's this really great thing called the desiderata, and it's like, go placidly among. I should pull it up for you guys and read it to you. It's one of the things I live by. I wonder if I'll, like David does these things where he just takes only like part of a region. There we go. Go placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. I love silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even to the dull and ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for will be greater and less. Therefore, always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself. Especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all arity and disenchantment, it is perennial as the grass. Take kindly to the counsel of years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune, but do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be, and whatever your labors and aspirations in the noisy confusion of life. Keep peace in your soul, with all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams. It is still a beautiful world.
Yes.
Be cheerful, strive to be happy.
Desiderata.
Written in 1927 and still true.
Still very true.
2020, and will be true in 2027.
Yeah, I remember that my parents had a copy of Desiderata in our home, and it always struck me as such a powerful bit of advice for everyone.
Yeah, and I really do believe everyone has their story, and I do believe in silence. It's good advice, and I don't know if I live up to all of it.
The strength of silence.
This is, here it is up here.
Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence.
Right there. Remember what peace there may be in silence.
That's true. And the world is only getting more confusing with wars propagated by people. And yeah, there are terrorist bad guys out there, and maybe this guy really was a bad guy and needed to die.
Well, whether he needed to or not, he's now dead.
Yeah. We can now move on and think about what the world will be like without people like him. But unfortunately, people like him are all over the place.
Avoid vexations to the spirit.
Avoid vexations to the spirit, yes. Thanks, Sarah. And I put a couple things on there's the cold chicken salad, and there's a couple shrimp in there if you want to grab them off the plate.
Okay. Well, I did eat that lunch.
Okay, good. Well, you may not want anything. I put some Baja shrimp in there for you. Yeah. I picked up some shrimp. An amazing company, a Thailand shrimp company, bought property in Baja. And they raise shrimp there. Isn't that brilliant? I mean, that's such a smart idea. Away from the polluted waters of Indonesia or Thailand, they go to Baja and raise it. And it's like a selling point for me. It's like, yeah, not the Baha'i faith, Baja, California. Big difference. I'm not sure what's going on over here. This is the second day, so okay. U2 fans leave the show after a disturbing Bono remark. Bono never says anything except help Africa. It's kind of amazing. This guy said something that upset people. Let's see what he said. The U2 fans left. Multiple fans reported being disturbed by the frontman's comments at a recent concert. It's unknown exactly what Bono said to spur such disdain from certain audience members. Bono's been very vocal politically and has been involved in plenty of activism, but no one knows what he said. Yeah, I really don't. Nobody knows. So it's not really a story. I'm sorry, I thought that was a story. Plastic packaging could harm the environment, you think? Really? Popcorn has lots of salt in it, yes, Micah. I do like popcorn too. You know that popcorn is, by nature, non-GMO? They cannot make genetically modified corn to pop. That's good to know. Yeah. You think plastic packaging could harm the environment? You think? Finally, we asked this question after the plastic industry started, 60 years ago? And was famously portrayed in the movie Hello, Mrs. Robinson. Chilton. Yeah, the movie was The Graduate. And the guy walked up to the actor who's famous back then for playing the lead part. Yeah, Dustin Hoffman played the lead part, and he walked up to a guy, and the guy said, "Hey, the future is plastics, son. Plastics." of all things. Like we really need plastics. And now that your clothes are made out of polyester, which is kind of like plastic, and most of the clothes in the rack now are polyester, the entire textile industry requires plastic or polyester or oil. So we have a lot of oil-based products that are actually able to, provide clothing. I mean, is that an innovation? Is that a good thing? We have a lot of oil-based products that are warm. Sarah has some polyester clothes that she wears at night, undergarments that, keep her really warm. Plastic was supposed to halve the deforestation. Now we go back cutting 5 times more trees. Good for the environment. Yeah, so I think we can all agree that we don't want a lot of plastic. This cuts past the global climate change BS that so many people are having a problem with. So we could find agreement here in plastic land. Welcome to plastic-free land, where we price up plastic and have more paper sacks. You know you want more paper sacks. A new America. A bolder America. Where we filter the air in some of the mountain ranges, as well as maybe some serious mufflers on large vehicles. Where we filter water and provide fresh water to people in Flint, Michigan, of all places, and other places that are contaminated with fracking, gas, or pollutants, like we've got a terrible water filter problem in our area. The Navy has dumped flame retardant on all the jets that are flying all the time in our area. They still do it. Even though they know it's a known carcinogen, they still dump flame retardant on the jets when they come in hot. It's like, yeah, let's spray a little more flame retardant on that sucker. I'll put that out. And then, lo and behold, we've got a tremendous amount of water contamination in not only our city, but 600 other cities related to the Navy and the Air Force. Thank you, America, for our cancer-causing toxins. So we also have other problems, like the incessant flow of chemicals in the air, which they're constantly showing us in movies. You'll look at a movie and you'll go, wow, there's a chemtrail in the sky. It's a little line across the sky. See, normally clouds look like this back here. See that? That used to be what a cloud looked like. But now we've got chemtrails blowing in the wind. It's like a cauldron, a furnace born out of hell in our very backyard.
The people really need to know this. They need to know that there is no coming out of that place.
Yeah, you have been very nice, Vika. You've been trying your hardest to not hit that send button. Good job. David, if you think that is something, the military announced they're mining rare earth and it contains radioactive substances. They don't have a rat's dick about you. They don't care about us. We fully know that. What about your cell phone? There's radiation coming out of that when it works. So the government doesn't warn us about that danger. All this technology has arrived and we still haven't, adapted. But the future of America could be this room right here. But instead, let's go back to the other room, the drab room. Welcome to the present. The Vietnam shrimp are the biggest, I think, Dave. These are grown in Cabo San Lucas. Very beautiful area. Waters are fresh and really the least amount of radiation in that area of the world. The water streams tend to have various layers of radiation in them. And I cooked with pre-Fukushima oysters tonight in my cooking show. And I was proud to bring those out. They were harvested before Fukushima. Yeah, I just had some of it. It's pretty damn good. I'm like, man, that oyster, it was like an oyster frittata is what it was. Eggs, potatoes, onions, a little celery, garlic, parsley, and oysters. And man, it was good. And I had a couple shrimp from Cabo that I added with the dinner. Yeah. But they have really, they're smart. These people who are shrimpers are really, really smart about what they're doing. We're not talking, Mr. Was it Forrest Gump? That whole story of him going down and building a shrimp boat. And we're talking about people who are really industrious that say, hey, there's property for sale in Baja California on the ocean. We can grow shrimp there. Let's go do it. And I respect those people. I don't care if they're Asian. They're smart. They're doing the right thing. And I like Asian people. I like Hispanic people. I like black people. I like even some white people like Donald Trump. But he does seem like he's a racist to me. I don't know if you get that impression. People could call me a racist. They could, because I did a blackface video. You know, Joe never did that. Joe Biden never did a blackface video.
What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do?
That's brilliant.
I can't.
Hey, you know, I want to thank the work of you to do. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for editing that. That was great. My fellow Americans, our great land has been debased by the evildoers, those who are not true Jews like me. You see, Abraham Lincoln was the first Jewish president, and most people don't know that. I, however, am not Jewish. Yes, I'm not, but no, this is Thursday. We don't wear wigs on Thursday. You cockroach! Anyway, I did a blackface video that was very powerful, and I'm glad I did it because it really showed the satire involved with making fun of a president like Barack Obama. Well, let's be clear. And I did a second one, Blackface 2, in 2014, where I portrayed Barack Obama as well. And in this case, I was smoking the ganja, but it was actually oregano. I think Vika is a little bit. She's getting a little of the oyster by indirect exposure. Oy vey, you did not know that Abe Lincoln was Jewish? You of all people, a Sephardic Jew. I would think you of all people would know that Abe Lincoln was Jewish. Look at the wonderful work of Barbara Streisand and how she has explained on her website, barbarastreisand.com, about Abe Lincoln being Jewish. Did you know? Look at this. Let me tell you. Yes, and by the way, are you watching Mrs. Maisel? 1809, 200 years ago, a young, poor, illiterate woman from Virginia, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, gave birth to a son in a log cabin built along the banks of the South Fork of Nolan Creek, near what is now Ogdenville, Kentucky. The baby, whom she named Abraham, grew to become one of our greatest and most tragic national leaders. Lincoln was a man of great spiritual conviction. Yet, and I find this fact fascinatingly instructive, Abraham Lincoln was the only American president not to have declared himself a member of any particular religious faith. The fact has given rise to a great deal of interesting speculation. In fact, there are those who believe that Honest Abe was Jewish. After all, his name was Abraham. His great-grandfather was named Mordecai. Lincoln was the only president not to have a formal religious affiliation, and he was neither raised in a church nor did he ever belong to a church. So yeah, Barbara's done a wonderful job. Let me give you the link. Oi gewalt. I can't believe you, of all people, a Sephardic Jew, did not know this. Let me be the first to explain to you about good old Abe. You had no idea, Shelley. That's what I'm talking about. And in no way do I think that's a bad thing. I think it's great. No, he was Jewish, not Mormon. You're wrong, sir. Read the site and get back to me, okay? Thank you. I got to put up with these people with 16 PhDs who think they know everything. I have one link, and I know more than you do. I'm not Jewish, no. But like Abraham Lincoln, I don't openly espouse religion. Very interesting. You don't like Barbara Streisand? She's one of the greatest voices of all time. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you say that? It's just wrong of you to criticize the great Barbara. You're not being very nice, are you? Well, then that's your choice. It is historic and it is of value since you are a Jew.
The money is there if we can save the banks. The money is there if we can save the banks. If we can save it is the money is there if we can save the banks. Then we can save the world. The money is there if we can save the
Whatever. The money's not there. I'm sorry. They want to charge you for every bit of flatulence you have. They want to, but I kind of agree. I want to price plastic bags up. So in a way, I do want to do a little bit of that. Punishing you for buying plastic bags and not reusing them like I do. Or getting a canvas bag and shopping with that. So in a way, I do kind of want to do some of that, but not the carbon point legislation, not the cap and trade. That's where it turns into a monopoly. Will he make it? Are you denigrating my fruit spray? How dare you? How dare you talk about my fruit spray? That's just ridiculous. No, Greta will not be working for my administration, but I certainly don't have a problem with her complaining about the environment. I complain more about the environment because I am not very happy with the fact that they're spraying chemicals on my head every day. All of you are being sprayed like insects. You didn't know that? I think I've told it to you about 1,000 times. Yes, if you were lucky enough to go to the Weather Modification Summit, you would have found out. Oh, yes, I'm here at the summit. Would you like a brochure? We are spraying the skies in order to manipulate the weather. If you go to myweather.com...
Talking of all you pervert...
or weather.com, you would be very happy to find out that My Weather provides up-to-date information about weather.
Talking of all you perverts.
Thank you. And thank you for attending My Weather. So yeah, they've been doing a lot of spraying. It's no big joke, but they do this. It's unfortunate. I would love to be able to correct it, but I can't. I'd rather come up with better ideas to help generate like solar panels. You know, that'd be good. Like this. I mean, I'd rather focus our energy on something like this. Building large solar panels, mass producing them, having the military involved. And here we have the National Guard working with a company producing solar panels that can be mobily deployed anywhere in the world. And we could build houses with solar panels on the rooftops. All of this is possible if we have a resurgence of technological growth in our country. What we have is a stalemate with the Democrats, Republicans over some wording. Makes no sense for the country at large. We're all suffering because somebody doesn't want to agree on something. If we can't all agree that we're being sprayed like insects, I understand. You can all think this is a contrail above our skies. But what we do need to focus on is building green solutions like these solar panels. So let's agree to disagree about how we're being sprayed like insects, okay? Even though it's obvious everywhere you turn. Everywhere you go, you're getting sprayed. Heavy metals, barium, aluminum. Yeah. It's going right in your lungs and you're breathing that. Yeah. Repeat, Davis, you are not funny. And this is not Donald Trump. He's never done any show like this. Start to get relevant, okay, Repeat, Davis? Yeah, it's getting a little bit disturbing to see your anger coming out through your words. Yeah, it gets in your brain too. It affects your immune system. It affects your ability to think. That's why a lot of you are going, huh? He's a weirdo. He thinks there's chemtrails. Oh yeah, he's a total idiot. The same people that vote for Trump and act like he isn't a prisoner in his own body. He just hasn't been completely convicted yet. Wait till the Republicans get the news about what he said to Putin that he doesn't want anyone to know. Somebody made a copy of that transcript, I'll bet, that the woman made. I'm just guessing, but I'll bet someone made a copy of the transcript of Donald Trump's first meeting with Putin. And it probably was more like, oh, what do I do now, Vladimir? Now that you have my sex tape, just tell me what to do. I'm back. Yeah. Eeny, meeny, miny, leverage. Whatever they need to use against Donald Trump, they've got in their arsenal. So we'll figure this out eventually. Could we say something other than Abe was a handsome man? The man was he did die when he was 56 years old. My goodness. Yeah, poor Abraham. He had a rough life. He did. It wasn't easy being him. He was 56 years old in this picture. And that's precisely why we need to get back to the core element of what our country stood for, uniting the country, which is what he tried to do. Sure, he was hated by people like Mad Dog and his entire family, but he did manage to pull this country together because the victors were able to at least establish continuity of government.
Talking of all you pervert.
Oh no, you can't keep posting the same thing over and over again. That's not right. No, you can't keep doing that. But he clearly had a lot of stress. I'm 3 years older than he was when this picture was taken. You know, no one really knows what his voice sounded like either. It's very strange. He had a high-pitched voice, I understand. Hey everybody! It's me, Abe Lincoln. 407 years ago, our forefathers. It must have been kind of funny. I don't know how it sounded, but it was kind of an very big, very high. Are you very high right now? Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Okay, so we don't like plastic. Let's consider. Wait a second. I misread the article completely. How dare me? How dare me? Plastic packaging ban could harm the environment. Now that I'm a little concerned here. If we ban plastic, how is it going to harm the environment? Consumer pressure to end plastic packaging in shops could actually harm the environment, a report says. Really, firms are swapping to other packaging materials which are potentially even worse for the environment. Really, glass bottles, for instance, are much heavier than plastic, so are far more polluting to transport. Oh, come on, but glass bottles are so easily recyclable. Paper bags tend to have a higher carbon emission than plastic bags and are more difficult to reuse. Well, that's interesting, yeah. Paper bags have a higher carbon emission rate. Well, that's interesting. I don't know, every time I think of a dolphin dying with plastic bags lining its stomach or some whale, I'm beginning to think we have a problem. Abe Lincoln was emaciated. He could barely even hold meals down. His wife was absolutely a terror. Mary Todd Lincoln was... She had all the money, basically. He was just a poor Jewish guy from Kentucky. And she had all the money. Mary Todd, her family essentially created the Republican Party with Abe Lincoln's help. He was a third-party candidate at the time. And he was so stricken with her mental illness that he could barely hold it together. I mean, when this picture was taken, his whole life internally in the White House was ripped apart. His wife was nuts. While he was handling the civil crisis called the Civil War. I mean, it's amazing the man made it through his years and lived 56 years before his head was blown off. It really is. He had tremendous amount of stress. So let's just call it a day with Abe Lincoln. No, we would never nuke one of our states. We respect the United States here in the United States of America. I would never nuke the United States. So the rubble from this plane crash looked kind of fake the other day when we were looking at footage, but it's becoming more and more realistic that, yeah, 176 people died on a plane from Tehran to Ukraine, carrying, 63 Canadians? Aaron hair, wild hair back there. Hang on, this is not a wig. This is my real hair. Yeah, I just put it on. I put some water on there. There we go. Oh, hang on, we got something going on.
Tragic thing. It was very. I don't want to say that because other people have those suspicions also. It's a tragic thing. When I see that, it's a tragic thing. But somebody could have made a mistake on the other side. Could have made a mistake. It was flying. It was flying in not our system. No, it has nothing to do with us. It was flying in a pretty rough neighborhood, and somebody could have made a mistake. Some people say it was mechanical. I personally don't think that's even a question, personally. So we'll see what happens. At some point, they'll release the black box. Ideally, they'd get it to Boeing, but if they gave it to France or if they gave it to some other country, that would be okay, too. I think, ideally, that will be released. I have a feeling that it's just something very terrible happened. Very devastating.
Yeah, okay. It didn't sound like he was really committed to that statement. He was kind of nonchalant about it, so it's not like it was very devastating, but whatever. Bottom line is, this guy may have been responsible for the death of 176 people by attacking a foreign power. It wasn't just attacking Soleimani. It was attacking a foreign power with a high degree of stress, which links to overreaction from their government. Is it our fault it happened? No. But this all was kicked into gear when Trump decided to take out Soleimani and 5 other associates. Yes, he is a moron. He's mentally retarded. His IQ, I believe, is 92. Yeah, he's a borderline mentally retarded person. Good night, my cat Fluffy. Sleep well. Yeah, the R word is loud here. I have no problem calling a person a racist. Like Donald Trump. Oh, I know you don't think he's racist, but his dad was arrested in 1929 for going to a KKK rally. I know. The EBS visa requires foreigners to start a business in the United States that generates 10 jobs for Americans for 2 years in order to get a green card. And a lot of rich people are able to do that. The question is, do you want a 2-year job? I don't know. I don't think anyone wants a 2-year job. Great. Well, good night. Sleep well, my cat Fluffy. So Trump did what he had to do. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. Legalizing marijuana may lead people to have more sex, says a study. But there's a downside. You will lower your testosterone. So you may have more sex but less kids. Well, how is that a bad thing? So your ancestors were KKK too. Say you're not alone. Donald Trump has ancestors with the KKK. I'm not trying to keep you out of the conversation. Yeah, just because you got ancestors with the KKK doesn't make you not able to talk as an American citizen. I mean, come on. I'm not going to hold that against you. I don't know. Marijuana may cause you to. Somebody said, "Is there the reason why they're watching too much porn now is because of the marijuana they're smoking?" And since the guy drinks like 12 Steel Reserves a day, it probably is something to do with the alcohol and the marijuana. They're fighting each other. The booze is making you limp, and the pot is making you excited. So you're excitedly limp. Severe weather this weekend could bring snow, ice, tornadoes to central and eastern United States with record warm temperatures to the northeast. Wow. So we're going to get a little colder. It's shifting in our direction. We're going to get down in the 20s here in the Northwest. So the Northeast is going to be really warm. So if you're up in New Hampshire or Maine, you might want to have a lobster. Yeah, it should be interesting. And of course, the White House unveils plans for major projects to bypass environmental review. Landmark environmental law caps, pushing his agenda of giving big corporations and industry a chance to freely pollute without any overreaction to our environment. It seems like Trump is completely oblivious to the absolute devastation going on by industrialization. He's totally clueless. So if you're voting in the upcoming election, voting for me would be better than voting for Pete Buttigieg or Joe Biden, because neither one of those people have solutions to kind of fix the problem. A solar rooftop program across the nation will build jobs. Right. The revolution we're talking about, the Homestead Renewal Act, could very well stimulate a tremendous amount of growth in our economy, bringing people homes. Yeah, trying to bring it up here. Not to mention the blimp pack, the future of air travel. No Democrat could come up with something this cool. We have a lot of different ideas here that could veritably be a tremendous growth opportunity for America. We have a windmill idea to put on electric poles. This is a concept that we took the Savonius windmill idea and added it to an electric pole and could generate wind energy as low as 5-mile-an-hour winds, as opposed to big windmill projects, which are way more costly. This is very, very cost effective. So these are ideas that would generate new revenue for our country, new production, and get us on a new cycle of working toward a better economy, as opposed to one based on the military. It'll be based more on solving the environmental crisis. Big difference between that and what Trump's doing. Trump is merely sucking up to the military-industrial complex, and they want to create more wars, which deep down in your heart, you know, is going to hurt the human race. No matter who you are, war is not good for people. War is only good for bankers who like to expand credit. You're going to Sweden? Really? Iraq is planning on buying Russian S-300s as it prepares to kick Americans out. I heard about that. Ironically, Putin is controlling the Middle East. Trump is slowly solidifying Putin's control of the Middle East. Good point. By overreacting to Iran and now pissing off Iraq, he made a couple of major mistakes which helped Russia. Good point, Bengalitis. No, the windmill idea is powerful. It will produce energy in case of a complete electronic shutdown or an EMP, electromagnetic pulse. If we were attacked, the windmill system would give us enough trickle energy to keep things rolling, even if the solenoids blow out. It'll be a bypass system we'll put in, which will be better than a smart grid. It'll be a genius grid. Yeah, the problem is Steel Reserve is really heavy in alcohol, 9%, and it just wreaks havoc on a person's gut, you know. I feel sorry for some of the young guys in our room who will no longer be alive in about 5 or 6 years. I've known a lot of guys who, get stuck in that category of being addicted to alcohol in some way or fashion. And they're really cutting off their life by 20 or 30 years, statistically. You'd be better off drinking coffee. I tried to get Mad Dog to convert to coffee, but he hasn't done that completely. I don't like Steel Reserve as a beer. I mean, I'll taste it. It tastes kind of metallic to me. Well, hence the name Steel Reserve. We're not going to hook it to the line. There'll be reducers and limiters attached to it. And I'm thinking of a mini capacitor that'll store energy too. So in case of an EMP, we have an instant boost of energy from all of the mini capacitors. Meanwhile, the wind picks up and they build up enough steam, we might have 3 hours of operable electricity in the event of a disaster. Yeah, you haven't done the math on that, obviously. Hey, we allow right now on our 5G networks up to 450 volt capacitors. Why is that? They want to send electricity through the 5G network at 450 volts? Makes no sense. You can accumulate energy and send it right into the current. This is to acknowledge Tesla's and the great genius that he put into it. I don't know. I'm beginning to think you got your degree at Oxford Educational Network. Yeah. Because they sell degrees over there. Yeah, I think you bought 16 degrees. You have so much money from censoring our show. I don't know what the cost of beer is, Willie. I don't drink beer myself. If you're a big beer drinker, maybe you would know, but I just don't even bother thinking about it. Hey, here's good news. A high school football player who killed his pregnant schoolmate has been sentenced to 65 years in prison. And he said she waited too long for an abortion. Think about that. Well, you're out of what? Beer? U.S. soldiers inspect the destroyed base in Iraq. U.S. soldiers were instructed not to film the destruction of their base, but one of them leaked it to a Puerto Rican news personality. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I'll take a look at that in just a second. In the meantime, this young high school football player killed his pregnant schoolmate. An Indiana teenager who said he killed a pregnant schoolmate because she waited too long for an abortion has been sentenced to 65 years in prison. Yep. He killed 17-year-old Brenna Rosalon. Wow. He confessed in December to stabbing her and wrapping her in a plastic bag, having planned to kill her and the baby for about a week, he said. He said he took action and took her life. He received 55 years for murder and 10 years to be served consecutively for feticide, having killed the baby too. He's going to face 65 years of murder and up to 16 years for feticide. Well, you know, in our area, we had a similar situation. A guy killed his girlfriend because she cheated on him. He did it as an act of rage and then hid her body for 2 years in the backyard of his grandparents' house. Our liberal judges, and you're going to be shocked at this verdict, but our liberal judges gave the guy guilty for manslaughter or murder in the third degree and gave him 4 years in jail. He's out. He's living among us now. Only 4 years for killing his girlfriend and as an act of rage and then burying her body for 2 years. No one knew where she was. Yeah, 4 years. And this guy gets 65 years or 75 years for killing his girlfriend. But this guy planned it out, whereas the person in our area did it as an act of rage. And apparently the court is a lot more lenient with people that do it as an act of rage than a person who planned it out. It's just so weird. Anyway, let's take a look at that live leak footage of the carnage of what happened that day. U.S. soldiers have been instructed not to show this. Well, I'm going to play it anyway. Let's take a look. Wow. Okay. So those are both snuck out photographs. The destroyed base in Iraq. Well, nobody got hurt. No Americans got hurt. I understand there were no Iraqi deaths, too. I find that hard to believe, but it's so tactical of the attack. It was precision efforts by Iran to not hurt anyone.
Moving down to hangar 2.
cielo.
So U.S. propaganda doesn't want us to see any of this at all. We don't want to give Iran any chance of saying, oh yeah, they did something. So they don't want us to actually see the devastation that they caused. You know, I'm really convinced at this point that this is not an escalation of violence between the U.S. and Iran. It's just a sad mishap of a guy who's desperate to take our mind off of his own impeachment hearings. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's all he really cares about is the impeachment. The big war diversion worked very well. It kept our minds off the impeachment. So nothing else to talk about besides war and impeachment. So welcome to the War and Impeachment Show. It's a big empty base, not a big loss. Nobody died. Yeah, very good accuracy. Saddam's Scud missiles could not possibly locate that with such precision capability. I think Iran was telling us, hey, we took out exactly what we wanted to. Oh, I support America, but I don't see us indiscriminately starting a war with Iran as being helpful to all of us and, in the end, helpful to the world. The fact that Trump still thinks that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon is absurd. I mean, it's beyond belief when he said he's going to make sure they never get a nuclear weapon. That was true 20 years ago, but not anymore. I mean, they have a nuclear weapon now. And it's amazing to me how sad his view is and how irrelevant it is. It's as though he's taking his information from some grunt in the military who said, well, sir, we don't really know for precisely whether they have a nuclear weapon or not, sir. Of course they've got a nuclear weapon. Only a moron would think that they don't have a nuclear weapon. Come on. And early warning permitted evacuation. Good point, Max. It wasn't just Donald Trump's preemptive strike that did it. You know, I don't really think Orwell's or Huxley's view of the world are going to happen exclusively one or the other. I think they're not mutually exclusive. They easily could happen. Both concepts could happen at the same time. They actually dovetail into each other in various ways. A big brother mentality controlling our daily life, social credit scoring, everyone hooked up into a technology that communicates, but no real communication between people, evolving into a Huxley's world where we virtually will eliminate the orgasm, and people won't even have children. Children will be cloned. So there's a lot of mixes between those two concepts, McDundee. You're right. The Trump world is causing too much havoc. Good point. We need a certain amount of normality to feel like we're resting. Human beings need a resting point. And Donald Trump's entire presidency has been one chaotic, hysterical, tweetaholic obsession where he wants to continually pat his pocket at our expense. It's beyond belief what he's evolved into and what this country has had to deal with. Our media is not capable of responding quick enough to Donald Trump's lies. As much as some of us watch Rachel Maddow and listen to CNN, they can't even keep up with all the mistakes or disturbing decisions that Donald Trump has made. They can't keep it up. It's like future shock. So we're getting a Skippy link here. Let's see. It's getting jumpy right now. Video down. Hey, if you have a problem with a video signal, just go to this location right here. And you'll be one of my only viewers there. Yeah, we've got Periscope up and running. What about ungrowth? I'm not sure. Oh, you mean the growth of the UN or ungrowth? Are you talking about underarm growth under your arms, or the UN's growth, or your ungrowth? I just don't think that Rachel Maddow or any of the pundits on CNN can even keep up with the hysterical mindset of a man constantly lying about everything. You know, I'd like to think the deep state has an internal war going on, but I don't think they do. I think their biggest concern right now is, do they have an absolute buffoon as a president that they can control? They know he's a buffoon. They know it can control him, but it's a little bit freewheeling out there when he starts making decisions that completely go against his Secretary of Defense. When he contradicted his Secretary of Defense recently, who was just chosen for his work as a contractor, Esper is, he landed a really big contract for Raytheon, and then he gets the job as Secretary of Defense. It's kind of weird. What about decreasing? Decreasing what? I don't know. I think that they're very much in step with each other. I think that the deep state is fully in command of both the left and the right through the Zionist network of control that they've constructed. AIPAC is the strongest lobby in America, and there's a reason. The American Political Affairs Committee, American Israeli Political Affairs Committee, AIPAC, pretty much pulls the strings of both Democrats and Republicans. That's why we need a third party. Obviously, those two parties are controlled and owned. So a third party would benefit the world in many ways, especially America. The world would be relaxed because they would know that our foreign policy would automatically change and we'd become a kinder, gentler nation, which the world is waiting for us to do. And yet we can still lead in key areas like renewable energy and clean energy. We haven't even begun to see the potential of this country's growth. But the fact that we're clinging to a military-industrial complex solution to the economy implies that they're just going back to the same old for growing the economy at a time when we need to start thinking about nuclear non-proliferation and putting together a new intermediate nuclear force treaty. We should have done that with Putin, but Trump seems to be letting Putin lead the way, threatening the world. Very weird, the way he supports Putin, even though Putin threatens the world with dangerous weapons of mass destruction. It's crazy. We should be setting up a dialogue that leads the way and shows Putin that we're much nicer than he is. That's the problem. People are frightened by Trump, his unpredictable nature. Worldwide, he's got a worse approval rating than Putin or Xi Jinping. Both of them have a higher approval rating worldwide. So that's a problem when our leader is so buffoon-like that he's destabilizing the world's view of us. It disables our foreign policy. It begins to make our nations cease to exist, and that's probably what they're trying to do. They're trying to disable our nation and turn it into a subsidiary, a department of a bigger corporation, a global new world order. The immigration thing is one way they do. They break down our country. Now, I was the one that first talked about a 1,000-mile fence. I was copied by Michelle Bachmann. Other people then copied the idea. Trump took the idea and called it a wall. And I have the fence idea. And I came up with this new idea to get an entire fence built for $1 billion total. Even triple high if need be. And this would also provide a safe haven for people who are struggling at the border right now with the incarceration by concentration camp that Donald Trump is doing under the auspices of Stephen Miller's decisions. He got 3.1 billion. Yeah, not 31 billion, but 3.1 billion. And not 31, 3.1. I was the one that came up with this idea too. I said that he would never get funding from an emergency order at each state level. I even said that was never going to happen. I have it on my video track. I was right, and I said he would only get funding through the military, and I was right about that too. And today the courts awarded him $3.1 billion. But he's building a slat fence that somebody recently cut a hole in with a tool they bought at Home Depot. So the crappy piece of garbage that he's creating, a slat metal fence, is a disaster. I mean, this is much safer as a barrier than a slat fence, which you could almost pry open or put rocks in and climb over. You can grease these sides down and make it impervious to anyone climbing these things up. You could also deal with the tunnel sensors in each one of these units that would sense tunnel operations from vibrations in the ground. Veritable mini Richter scales. But the slat metal fence that Trump is putting at the border is just a disaster. It's been breached. A guy cut a hole through it last week, big enough for a car to go through, and they did it rather quickly. So a group of drug runners can open up a hole in this fence in about 15 minutes and roll in a whole lot of stuff before the Border Patrol can even get to it. So he's putting together an inferior fence at a higher price than what I want to charge. Harbor Freight is pretty cheap, you're right. Well, I don't recommend Home Depot or Lowe's or Harbor Freight. I'm not here to endorse corporations. I'm just glad that we're hanging out, having a time to talk about things. Life would be a lot more complicated if we didn't have an interactive solution like we have here. I don't think any viral gene therapy is really making a big turn. If they're working on things behind the doors of corporations, then they're probably not going to release these hybrid humans into the population. But I'm not here to talk about that. That's like an Alex Jones theme. It's kind of like, you're not going to believe this, but they're making a humanzi capable of unbelievable superhuman strength, and they're using nanotechnology mixed with robotics to make them superhuman. I mean, I'm not here to scare you. Who cares if they're doing that? They could be, though. Well, a new minimum wage would be nice. Somebody said this is the type of missile that could have been deployed against the 737 that just crashed. This is a typical missile deployment. This could have been what shot down the plane in Iran. So this is the argument that maybe Iran shot their own plane down thinking it was some sort of an incoming vessel. But in all the confusion of Donald Trump's attack on Soleimani, mistakes happen. He didn't seem to care much about the mistake of 176 people dying, if indeed they did die. But yeah, the theory that these things can be used against planes, and the way that did you see the wreckage down at the bottom? The wreckage of the footage was just, there was nothing left. So if they did use an in-air missile to do this, it would have just emoliated in the middle of the air and blown to pieces, and then little bits and fragments come back down.
Vital Dream has a lively creole.
Okay. It was 2 missiles, you think, Max? Yeah. Yes, and the House voted to limit Trump's war powers ability, which I think is a really good move. I'm glad that 3 Republicans signed off on it too. So here's the remnants. Ukrainian passenger jet crashed after being hit by Russian-built Tor M1 missile. Really? So the Russians gave them these missiles, gave the Iranians these missiles? It's known to NATO as the Gauntlet. It's an all-weather, low to medium altitude, short-range surface-to-air missile designed for engaging airplanes, helicopters, cruise missiles. Suspicious wreckage found at Ukraine plane crash site appears to be the nose cone section and control fins of the DM-331 surface-to-air missile. It is employed by the Russian-made Tor M1 mobile air defense system. So yeah, it's very likely that Iran shot down one of its own planes. But who was the precursor to this? An attack on their general. So it goes back to that. We can't be responsible for the ineptitude of the Iranian Air Force, but whatever. I don't know. I think Russia's going to like this whole thing because they get to sell more S-300s to Iraq now, undermining our position in Iraq. And they can offer the S-400 to Iran, which Iran has been begging them for. They sold an S-400 to Erdogan in Turkey recently, and it upset Americans because we're trying to sell F-35s to Turkey. But we are going to probably see big sales for Russia. They're going to make a lot of money on this attack Donald Trump put out. So he's doing a good job helping Russia, Trump is. Not to mention the fact that it definitely it hurts us in Iraq.
841 says there's no GMOs in Russia.
That's right. Russia does not want GMOs, and I think they're smart to not want GMOs. Smart. Yep. Okay. So Trump is doing everything he can to help Russia. Interesting.
Okay. That's funny, Toledo. That's pretty funny. Yeah, who does care more? That's a good question. What do I think of Prince Harry? I don't know about that. I read something. I read like a headline that said Prince Harry and who was it? And Meghan. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry feel they're being driven out. I don't really know what that whole thing is. Oh, they're stepping away from their royal duties. They're not going to do their royal duties anymore. They want to do their own things. I think that, I don't know, they quit. They quit the family. Well, I kind of think maybe this person said it right. Not CNN, but I just typed in Prince Harry.
Theirs is a life governed by royal protocol. But with this week's bombshell announcement, theirs is a life governed by...
Oh, Piers Morgan probably said it best. Piers Morgan said, people say I'm too critical of Meghan Markle, but she ditched her family, ditched her dad, ditched most of her old friends, split Harry from William, and now has split him from the royal family. I rest my case. So maybe that's I would probably tend to agree with Piers Morgan. Anyway, I'm not really critical of Meghan Markle, but we'll say people are people. I don't know. You're probably right, Trump Tardo. All right, yeah, she probably was.
I think Meghan Markle must have money of her own. I mean, she had an acting career.
Yeah, somebody wrote in the chat that she's probably they'll probably be fine financially or something.
Yeah, but she came from humble means, really. I mean, it's just strange that they're both leaving the royal family. It's just odd.
I don't know if they're. I mean, how can they be leaving the?
They're pretty much divorcing themselves from the family, which is unprecedented. But after the recent thing with Andrew, and Andrew's been excommunicated from any duties at the royal palace. they too are doing this bold move, which is very strange. It's very odd.
I do wonder about Piers Morgan said he thinks it's all Meghan Markle's doing it. Like she kind of disavowed her family. She didn't have her dad walk her down the aisle. She disavowed her dad.
That's true.
And she's trying to she seems, maybe she's the controlling person.
She could be, you're right.
Because he does seem like he would go for someone who's controlling.
There's a theory theory that he's not even the real prince. That Harry was removed at 8 years old or 12 years old.
There you go. David can talk about that.
And I'll tell people about that when I get back.
Yeah, divider, not an. You knew she was behind it all even before Pierce said it. The Duchess of Sussex has returned to Canada amid ongoing discussions over the future role for her and the Duke of Sussex in the royal family. They had been in Canada over Christmas with their son Archie. The Queen, the Prince of Wales, and the Duke of Cambridge asked staff to find a workable solution after the couple announced they will step back as senior royals. They did not consult any other royal about making their personal statement. They just revealed they intend to step back as senior members of the royal family and work to become financially independent. He's gonna flip burgers. Yeah. I don't know if Prince Harry wants to come back as Deadly Virus. No, I don't know about any of that. They do have a child now. She's rebellious, Meghan. She didn't want to live a confined life. She wants to be a movie star. They have a child. Thank you, ever-increasing debt to the stock market hitting another high. Donald Trump, or David Wright, Donald Trump, Secretary of the Treasury, cannot explain where $1.5 trillion went.
You know, it's just a theory, but the way that Mnuchin can't explain 1.5 trillion, you've got to wonder if Trump isn't the one buying stocks with our Treasury Department notes, just to prop up the stock market.
Oh.
And you've got to wonder.
Yeah, you might be right.
They can easily do that.
Yeah. So now they plan to split their time between the UK and North America while continuing to honor our duty to the Queen, the Commonwealth, and our patronages. And the decision came after many months of internal discussions, of reflection and internal discussions. That's true. Meghan was not prepared for the intensity of the tabloid media scrutiny. Yeah. Anyway. David fortunately doesn't wear any cologne. Well, I guess she wants to be an actress, is what some people are saying. So. All right. All right. I was just reading one of those stories, BBC stories about Harry. Oh, wait. Don't worry says Be Happy says she was hired to create more of the family. She made one and decided she was one. She doesn't believe in forever. She was an actress before she got with Harry.
Yeah.
Not a successful actress, but still an actress.
She was successful. What was her net worth?
I have no idea.
Well, I'll look it up when I get back. Meghan Markle's net worth.
And Max Out Credit said being a royal is being an actress. No? Oh, interesting. Oh. Was that before True Blue or since? And do I really care? No. No, I do not. Spare change. I want money like the color of my hat. Money. I like somebody did a nice job on the hat for the lady standing outside your local liquor store. Somebody made that hat for her. He says my hat looks like somebody that stands outside his liquor store asking for some spare change wares. I think somebody awesome made that hat for her. Should I put a pin on that? Would it make you feel better if it had like a little glowing pin or something? Like a brooch. Don't worry, Be Happy thinks it's great. A brooch. However you say it. I don't want to put any letters on it. Not letters. The House passes a resolution to restrict Trump's war powers. It was a non-binding resolution to curb President Donald Trump's war powers Thursday night. It's aimed at forcing him to seek congressional approval, but it would have to pass the Senate as well. I agree, I do make it look good. Exactly, that's true. I like it, and that's all that matters. I'm glad I make David very happy. I'm not a fan of oysters, eggs, or potatoes, and I think that's what he cooked up tonight, so I'm glad he can eat all that. Wow. You can now make $100,000 working at a Taco Bell. Not just any Taco Bell, I guess. The number of people apprehended at the southern border has declined for the last 7 months. Well, let's see what it says. That's good. I need to start planting too. I should put that on my to-do list. What is my number one goal in life? David. Preserve my relationship. Wanted restaurant salary. It's the Yum Brands Incorporated owned chain will test the higher salary in select restaurants in the U.S. Midwest and Northeast, and will also try a new role in employees who want leadership experience. Let's see if I can read it. This is in Bloomberg. Just to stay in a dedicated relationship. My goal, to be in a relationship for 50 years, I guess, or till death. They're trying a new role for employees who want leadership experience but don't want to be in a management position. Current salaries for general managers at company-owned Taco Bell stores are between $50,000 and $80,000, according to the company. Falling unemployment, a low jobless rate, forcing companies to get creative with pay. Wow. So if you want a job, you should be able to have a job due to the unemployment rate going low, being so low. So the people who aren't working probably are the ones that don't want to work. Taco Bell on Thursday, love this, announced plans to make all of its customer packaging recyclable, compostable, or reusable by 2025. I would love that to be a smaller number, like 2021, but okay. Amid the growth of plant-based meat imitations, the chain added it wants to continue to providing vegetarian menu items for customers, like the black bean crunch wrap. Yes, happily ever after, that's a good goal. It was both a great year for the U.S. jobs market and the worst in almost a decade. Really? Okay, I don't understand that. But the final jobs report for the year, due Friday, is forecast to show employers added 160,000 jobs in December. But that's down from November's 266,000, but still well above what's needed to accommodate population growth. That would bring the 2019 total to 2.14 million, thanks to resilient consumers and a jump in government spending. It's the slowest gain since 2011. And 2018 had 2.68 million. New jobs? Tempered gains. 08 were these lost jobs, and now they've slowly gained them back. One lesson we've learned from this cycle across the years is the consistent outperformance of the labor market. Payroll gains will likely normalize in December. Even with slower hiring, workers have seen stronger wage gains, particularly at the lower ends. That's good. While overall pay growth has been muted compared to what was expected, that does not make sense. What may have been expected at this point in the expansion. Production and non-supervisory employees have seen their average hourly pay rise at the fastest pace in more than a decade. Wow. All right. Oops. All right. Returning to you. The KFC is finally open by you, but they were out of mild sauce. Wait, somebody was out of mild sauce. The Taco Bell.
Okay, I'm in. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm back.
Enough
for
me to go through that, but yeah.
That was good. Okay, I feel much better. I'm ready for action. Jackson. Ready to keep this rolling. Yeah. The endless show. You have done enough. Thanks for the help. Have you been getting your daily exercise?
No. Well, what do you mean, no?
You were working in the garden, right? A little bit?
Well, that's not exercise, but yes I do.
That is dex exercise. Bending and grabbing.
Yeah, but that's not really, that's not like a workout.
Well, that's what I do for a workout. No wonder I'm, a little overweight.
Yeah, because it's not considered a workout. It doesn't really burn that many calories. So, anyway, but I do walk around my classroom and I walk in there, but thank you, meta-nemesis. I appreciate that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, 714. See, I get great compliments on my hat, except from Xenu, who I think he dislikes women.
Yeah. He hasn't been able to actually
And
meet
since
a woman.
he wants to like me, I can tell. He
Yeah.
wants to like me, but I'm a woman, so he's conflicted.
The only woman he's ever been with is his mom. A lot of guys are that way.
Well, maybe he really didn't have a good relationship with his mom, too.
Yeah, that could be true. She may have weaned him off of her,
Well, she just might not be a nice person.
Well, yeah, that's true. Good point. There's a lot of those people out there. Yeah, I'm trying to get that Caesar look here. This is bothering me. Rock on, dude. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Whatever, for sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to talk?
Banks, the money is there. If we can save the banks.
I'm sure we could save the banks. That'll really help us. Yeah. As if they're not making enough money. I mean, how absurd. This model of humanity has failed. And Karl Marx came up with this bizarre theory that somehow people wouldn't be greedy who have socialist or communist nations. What a complete moron. Greed persists throughout all of the forms of economics. Greed is the inherent glue that actually helps you create. Why do you think they had a socialist revolution? Because some people were greedy. They wanted to take power, kind of like the Democrats want to right now in America. Or some people were fascist, like in Mussolini's country of Italy. The corporations wanted more and more power. Greed, kind of like with Trump and all of his cronies. All the swamp characters that he's constructing. He's put more people in the swamp than anyone else. He's not getting rid of the swamp. He's stacking it with billionaires. Let's not forget What's Going On video. Yes, let's plug that guy. Because, I understand he's only made $14 million on his YouTube site, being a YouTube star. You got to wonder what's going on with that. Yeah. We have a guy that's kind of mindless, frankly, who talks about nothing and gets lots of money on YouTube. Whereas I get censored because I make points and really have a strong perspective. First of all, I'm probably going to show you, yeah. There you go. Okay. What's going on, right? Okay, let's play that for you. I know you want it. Give it to me. I like it. Well, let's be clear.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I do. I really do. And he made a lot of money doing that, asking those simple questions. Somebody could, yeah, I originally said we sleep in separate beds, because we do. They're underneath our master bed is a separate bed structure. So the big mattress is one mattress, sits on two separate beds. It's a California King. That was back when we had that, yeah. Why are you talking about my living environment? What does it matter where I live? I could be living on Skid Row, still be doing a blog show. How do you know I'm not a bag person on Skid Row? You're right. Nancy Pelosi cares about progressive policies in the same way Jeffrey Epstein cared about kids. Very good one, Toledo. Very smart. I like that. I think that Donald Trump is suffering from extreme egomania. That's a small thing he's got. That's a small problem. He has other bigger problems like megalomania. and his addiction to his name, Trump, which does...
All right, everybody.
It does seem to imply he's suffering from vagina envy, which Catherine Horney came out with. It's pronounced Horney, not Catherine Horney. But Catherine Horney was one of the Neo-Freudians who believed that vagina envy is characterized by a man's obsession with his name. Trump, for instance. He was envious of his mother's vagina. Yeah. Well, I don't smoke crack like former President Obama does or did. I'm not a person who does Adderall like they say Trump does. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they say. I don't do those things. I do smoke marijuana, but I should say I vape it because that's what I prefer. Well, let's be clear. We've got a video we're going to play about the Iran missile strike hoax on Ukraine plane with Canada leading the news. Exposed. This is good because this is the alternative network stuff that my big question in Scissor Fight is how the heck did that fire look all spread out and hardly any fuselage? And there were some papers that hadn't even been burned. If it had been hit by a missile, I would think the papers would be burned. But do they blow out? Are they the first thing to blow out of a plane? Papers, unburned papers, like passports? I do. I'm very happy that Sarah has aligned herself with my way of thinking, which is monogamy and the idea of a long-standing relationship. Because my parents were married for 55 years, and I know her parents are married for a long time. And Sarah and I aren't even married yet. So you can imagine if we do get married, say in the Rose Garden, that marriage will solidify into blossom into another 40 years together, or 50 years. Maybe we'll be together for 60 years. I don't know. Iran, CGI, Boeing fire. Another theory presented here is that there was a CGI of various fires. Now we're thinking that this whole fire footage was faked. So all kinds of alternative views coming out of the non-mainstream media. Yeah, the NMSM. And another one, don't worry, 5G skeptics, we got more information. Thanks, Scissor Fight. You're the 153 guy.
Kristen, look up!
It says surrender 5G skeptics. Whoa, we're gonna play that later. That says surrender 5G skeptics. So they're putting chemicals in the atmosphere. They're pissed off that you won't take vaccines and say, oh sure, give me as many vaccines as possible. They want us to accept the pill that they're delivering, whatever that is. That we're supposed to just accept being sprayed like insects with 5G radiation all around us, and we're supposed to just believe this is the way of the future. We should all just submit. Submit to the Borg. Resistance is futile. That kind of thing. Well, these are great links you got here, man. Thank you. I was almost drooling in my brain about all the great videos that were coming tonight when you arrived. Thank you. I was suffering from brain drool. The desire for information. What happened? You got boils on your body? Did you go to a doctor? What? We got 140. Yeah, thanks for those links. Those are great. We'll be tied up all evening long. If I played them right now, they probably would kick me off YouTube. You know that. Claiming it's some sort of hate speech or something. Showing other alternative views. Rodney never provided anything to the show. He only gave us 3 repeatable words that you could hear over and over again. Over and over again. We got, hey discount. When's the show start? Live it large, man. Live it large. And then when he got Sarah on, it was, hi Sarah, how are you? So I think we've had enough of him. Yeah. A guy that has 3 gimmicks that he uses, isn't that funny? Sorry. Yeah. You need more than that. You couldn't even make it to the writing staff of the what now is the Noah show, the Jon Stewart former show. Yeah, you couldn't even get on that writing staff, and that's pretty bad. That's like the worst comedians in America writing for that Noah guy. Noah Trevor. Oh man, is he untalented or what? Man. Trevor Noah, thank you. I mean, with 2 second names that don't even match, he has something wrong with him. I'm not sure what it is. It's just like, yeah, token black guy gets job on comedy show after Barack Obama becomes president. Next. You're not streaming tonight for your information? Okay. It's a full moon. You won't stream tonight? Okay, thank you for telling me. No, nobody runs the show except me. No, you're going to have to both be muted for saying such horrible things. Boy, can't we get any more intelligent thing going on except talking about Rodney comes in and he takes on names of other people. And he takes on 3 accounts and he starts bragging about what a great talk guy he is. It's so funny. Okay, here's more on the Aussie fires and the super cities. It's not a coincidence. Interesting.
People about this high-speed rail that they want and linking it to the bushfires, and they look at you and they laugh at you and they think you're fucking stupid. Well, here it is, May 9, 2019. Labor to spend $1 billion on bullet train route from Melbourne to Brisbane via Sydney. Labor has promised to spend $1 billion buying land between Melbourne, Canberra, Sydney and Brisbane to build a future high-speed rail link. And if you burn the fuck out of it, how much cheaper is that going to be? And they're going to save so much money to give to the bank, so much more to give to their bankers.
He's got a good point. I mean, the same level of burn zones in California are very similar to the map of what PG&E had described as a potential area for getting gas. It's also a potential area for a high-speed rail up and down California. So the same thing could be very true. Some of you are a little bit disturbed at the pace of the show and feel that, I need to step it up a little bit. I totally get it. Yeah, that's why I've taken on a new persona. I will be known as Frankenspawn or Frankenheim. Yes. The bearer of bad news. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the show. My name is David von Frankenheim. You will know me by my evil laugh. Did you see that picture of Donald Trump as a lizard person yesterday? Oh, I wonder if I kept it. Hey, we had a good time last night. We showed the Alan Dershowitz video. We had an Alan Dershowitz video. He has a blow-up doll in his office. And it was amazing. He had an interview with, I think it was BBC, and the blow-up doll was in his office. Let me see if I can pull that up. Pulling up video, streaming. 4K video downloader. Nah, I don't have that. Dang. I have it live here.
I never have to masturbate it out. Unstoppable, inflatable you.
One thing is crystal clear. The allegations against me are totally made up. I never met these people. I never touched them. I never had sex with them.
So we were looking at this, the office picture had this doll in the background, and it was a blow-up doll. Look at this thing. It's hilarious. It's like he's got a blow-up doll in his office. Anyway, I thought I'd share that with you. That was a very successful video. It was good. We could do another round of that tonight, actually. That's hilarious. Oh, and you got a new 153news.net video as well? Okay, good. Oh, it looks like you helped him with the audio. It seems very similar to what you do. Let's take a look by Thumper. No, I'm sorry that song is actually monetizable. I've had a mark on that song before. Yeah. I played the catastrophic death of Africans at one time with that same background. I was monetized. So I can't play that now, but I will play it later, Scissor Fight. Oh, Thumper made it? Yeah. They'll monetize me if I put it on YouTube. I'll play that for sure, though, later. David, what drugs are your viewers on? Joe, I think most people are on a combination of Vicodin, Xanax, and some of them are on methamphetamines. So kind of a combination, Vicodin, Xanax, and meth. The Vicodin people can't stop talking. The Xanax people can't stay awake. And the meth people think everything's interesting. The most mindless, incidental thing is interesting. You think most of them are on meth? Vaughn Live is mostly booze and cigarettes. There you go, Scissor Fight. And you've been checking their webcams. You can see them all like going, yeah, today was pretty funny. Ha! Smell me a little smoke, babe. All right. Are you still obsessing about men and women? Willie, did you ever deal with your homosexual panic directly? Face your fears about being gay? You're on meth? Thanks for correcting me. I wouldn't want to mischaracterize you as a boozer or a cigarette smoker. Are you sure you're not smoking your meth? Because a lot of people dip their cigarettes in the meth when they're smoking it. That's one way to get really screwed up and lose all your teeth. Yeah, I know of people who lose all their teeth when they smoke or do meth. It's amazing. No, it's not a rumor, Zeno. Sarah and I did sleep in separate beds. And then we put a large mattress on top. And now they're combined and it's like a king-size mattress. I'm not gay, Willie. I was worried about your transition to either straightness or gayness. Because you seem to be fixated on this kind of thing. Making fun of gays, sorostitutes. I mean, you come up with words that imply that you hate women. What's going on? Is it your mother didn't let you nurse on her nipple long enough? You had nursing anxiety as a baby? Would you like to talk about it as if I was Mr. Rogers? And I could give you some encouragements. You know, with all the talk about Tom Hanks, everyone's saying Mr. Rogers would be a special person to impersonate. And I'm working on an impersonation of Mr. Rogers as he meets Alex Jones. And Trump Tardo was going to give me a script, but I'd never got one. Be funny as hell, really, when you think about it. Mr. Rogers meets Alex Jones. Face to face. It's not okay to make fun of anybody, but feel free to do it because you're completely freedom of speech reigns here. How dare you? Well, technically we're sleeping on separate beds, even though the mattress on top is combining them. So technically we're sleeping separately, but together at the same time. Dave, please help me. It's Mr. David. They've locked me away. Oh no. Guess 646. What happened? What happened? I'll speak in cap lock. Or I won't speak in cap lock. What happened? Were you taken away from and put in a different container at the CIA headquarters with other clones? I don't have a gas problem, Willie. We learned to resist beans and things in our diet that would cause a lot of gas. Lactose intolerance could do that. What happened? Were you locked away in another container? They don't like me supporting you, Mr. David? Well, you think that would be the case, dude. This poor troll. I infected his mind with the dream of being free and independent. And once that happens, even the trolls who are making lots of money trying to attack our show, they cave in and become supporters of America's third party. I sell people on something that everyone can actually attain. Sustainability. Living within your means, building for a future, buying a small piece of property and putting a tiny house on it. I represent that. Alaska Furley, we've never met you here. Greetings. Yeah. We're a centrist organization, right in the middle of the political spectrum. I'm a social liberal and a fiscal conservative combined. Well, I'm not sure what happened to chat over here. I'm going to say hello. Willie, I'm going to purge you because I don't like reading that. Hi. Yeah, so we kind of believe that the average people in America are that way now as well. We feature balanced news from the left, the center, and the right. Unlike Fox, which is now boldly right wing, and then CNN is boldly left wing. How technology can reduce political polarization. How about allowing free speech? Hi. No, I don't consider myself a social justice warrior. I'm an online activist. My story is rather unique. I was born to do this. My entire life I was trained in audiovisual work back in the 1970s and went on to be involved in news and also behind the scenes making television production. I developed my own productions under my own advertising name and for years was happy doing that and then realized, wow, why not just take all of my focus on building a third party? And I realized I would immediately get censored. And that's precisely why I did some bold things that may shock some of you, but you know, we've got ways of correcting that problem. This is in no way racist. I did it to impersonate Barack Obama. This is the second one I did. The first one I did back in 2009 went worldwide, and I got a name for myself as being the blackface guy. But I'm all about free speech, right, Willie? I support free speech, whereas the Democrats don't. They want political correctness, even though there's no precedent under our Bill of Rights for political correctness. And I don't believe they've got the numbers to push political correctness. So in a way, I'm ahead of Trump on this because I'm way more into free speech than he is, ironically. He hasn't really stood up for the rights of the American people. I would implement a plan to stop the censorship by YouTube and Facebook. I would begin a plan that would actually offer guaranteed representation for the American people, a new free press, if you will. So I'm proposing a return to something that's already on the books called the Fairness Doctrine, which would revolutionize television as we know it today. And it's ironically something that was out there many years ago that could easily fix the problems that we're facing right now. I promote this concept that all these networks, including the internet site that you're on right now, like Vaughn or iBlog, they should all work toward the public interest. They should not be allowed to censor one person over another, and there should be a law in place called the Fairness Doctrine to prevent that from happening. All I have to do is pull this old document that was built a long, long time ago into existence, sign it as an executive order, and voila. We can return to fairness for all people on the media. What we're experiencing right now is a massive amount of propaganda by a totalitarian-led government run by people even outside of our country that are willing to suppress our freedom of speech and do so on a nightly basis when they shut down your YouTube account. My free speech is based on what I consider normal communication. I don't in any way condone hate speech, but if you want to engage in something like that, you can. I'm not trying to take that away from you, but I don't admonish it either. So I'm right in the middle there, knowing that if you disagree with me, you should have a chance to disagree with me. What Howie does is talks about sex all the time in our show and about how women are this and denigrates women. Well, we have a standing rule that no one should denigrate anyone here or shoot the messenger kind of thing. So I just simply ban people that try to denigrate others or shoot the messenger. But in no way am I trying to stifle your free view, your political view. I was always very hesitant to do work in a traditional sense. Whenever I got near corporations, I was always extremely disturbed that they were trying to collude against small business. And whenever I got near a corporation to even work collaterally with them, because I've never worked for a corporation, I always begged away from it. So working in a traditional job was not for me. I started my own businesses and went through a cycle of businesses which didn't really turn enough of a profit to really call successful, except when I began this process really of trying to reach out for a third party. And I consider this a success, even though I've made no money doing it. So as much as we all kind of grab for something that we need to do that makes us feel good, I chose this. You might like to garden. You might like, tinkering in your garage. You might like electronics. I like audiovisual work like I was doing back in 1971. So being I'm a lot older than you guys and I have a lot more experience doing this work, both from the perspective of voiceover, music development, I've done a lot of audio editing. I've got this toolkit of resources that I'm just kind of getting used to and using on a daily basis. And I like the fact that we have a venue to do this. So I found my place, my niche, and I'm not seeking great success financially. I'm merely trying to be successful in doing what I'm doing. And so far, I've pissed a lot of people off. And that's good. Yeah, organic farming is what we're all about. The reason why we don't have a lot of organic farms, Alaska Furley, is because genetically modified food is being pushed and seeds are being pushed on our farmers. Even people growing organically in America and in Canada are facing hostile takeovers and attacks from GMO companies. They had a landmark decision. Monsanto won a huge decision in Canada, forcing farmers who grew heirloom organic corn to pay for their seeds, even though they were giving crossbred with genetically modified corn seeds. It's a disaster. And the reason why organic farms are not getting support is because we don't have any leadership that are pushing these ideas like I would. I spearheaded organic food marketing back in the early 1980s. I started a company that lasted a few years promoting organic food, and one of my clients was a person who responded to my mailer. I sent out 50 mailers across the country to major groceries. And one of them, it wasn't just a single piece of paper. I sent out packets of 50 articles, all supporting organic food. And when this packet came back to me from a company by the name of Safeway, and they were local, I scheduled a meeting with the general manager of Safeway back in 1985. And I remember walking into their office and being that first guy to talk about organic food with a mega corporation like Safeway. Well, it took him about 15 years after he met me that day, but he told me that day, he said he was thrilled, he was excited. Now, I thought I had a sale. But in reality, it kickstarted the organic movement they started called the O brand. And the O brand is now the largest food provider of organic food in America, with over 350 different brands, all under the organic label, and that's non-GMO. So there is a real strong ingrained level of marketing going on right now, appealing to organic non-GMO in the food industry. It's the growing wave, in fact. And I've talked to a few people who still do food work in my area, and they said, yeah, organic food is taking off. It's not going away. So my predictions back in '85 led to a huge corporation making huge amounts of organic food, which I'm very pleased about. I never made a cent on it, though. But we really need to get a person in the front seat of American politics to talk about this and the growing awareness for non-GMO. In Russia, they don't use genetically modified food and they refuse it. And that's one of Vladimir Putin's biggest beefs with our support for Ukraine is we're opening the door to Ukraine getting Monsanto to do work in that area, which would crossbreed with the Russian crop of seeds. They have a legitimate beef about that. I would be more than willing to talk to Vladimir Putin about that, insofar as I don't want genetically modified food pushed on our population either. So I can definitely see a commonality, a point of commonality, but as far as other areas, we have to start opening a dialogue toward reducing the nuclear arms at a tactical level, because what's happening is both the Russia and the U.S. now are building new industries in tactical nukes. The Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty is no longer in effect, and if we could put one together, we could begin the process of demilitarizing and moving toward renewable energy solutions for both of our countries, all of our countries. We have not made the transition economically to a new form of production. We're still relying on military production as a primary source for our economy to grow. None of our economies can really detach from that model. Russia can't detach, the U.S. can't detach. But if we build up new industries that will be popular worldwide, I think we can begin to lean less on military production. Well, we need to lead the way. We can't tell people what to do. Our country's made the mistake many years now of telling other countries what to do. We never made amends for the Vietnam War. We never really pulled back from the Middle East. We're maintaining a strong position even today. I don't believe we have to pull back from the Middle East. I think we can automate our presence there using high technology. And I was the one that originally brought up the concept of safe zones. It's not an idea that came out of Donald Trump. I'm the originator of the concept. I was actually tweeting about weapons-free safe zones in 2009, or not tweeting, I was actually in military blog posts talking about weapons-free safe zones. But I've been talking about high-tech safe zones for years now. And I'm going to call them high-tech because we don't need to have a presence in areas that provide safe haven to people who in need of getting out of areas where bombings are occurring. We should have a way for people in Kabul or in Kandahar or in Baghdad to find safe haven from ongoing conflicts, sectarian conflicts. So these concepts of a high-tech safe zone will be the future, in my opinion, of our presence in the Middle East. Yeah, I don't know if we really live under the threat of thermonuclear war, really, final dream. I really don't know if that's true. The mere fact that we've been all living under the nuclear scare all of our lives, yet there has been no nuclear encounter since Hiroshima, makes you wonder really what Hiroshima was all about. The thing I'm worried about is that the nuclear bombs that we have today may not be what we think they are. I'm a little concerned that the entire theory of nuclear weaponry is not quite accurate. And I'm just concerned that we may just be looking at dirty bombs throughout the world. That's terrible. I mean, it's bad. It's bad news for humanity. But the idea of a thermonuclear war, and I mentioned this the other night, the Samson option, which many people are worried that Israel, if threatened, would use the Samson option, and they could even have a cobalt weapon, which a cobalt bomb would fracture the entire Earth's crust, killing everybody within a 50-foot depth of the Earth. I mean, to even think that those weapons exist is a stretch. And the reason I wonder about that is the simple fact that every single nuclear-tipped weapon has a finite amount of uranium or plutonium in it. And every nuclear reaction, fissionable nuclear reaction, requires an expandable draw of energy and potential energy in the form of matter. And to me, a hydrogen weapon would be the most likely scenario for a thermonuclear war, where it draws on more hydrogen and turns more hydrogen into radioisotopes, spreading the radiation throughout the entire world. A hydrogen weapon would perhaps be the worst case scenario, but a nuclear weapon, there's still a limited amount of fissionable material in every single payload. Now, I'm not saying that we should not worry about nuclear war, but the very fact that we've held off nuclear war so long, it's a good sign. And I applaud Iran's restraint in a time right now where they could easily react and face a terrible scourge of attacks at 52 targets that Trump claims he's going to destroy if one American dies. So what we've just seen really is an immense amount of technological prowess in one sense, because Iran was able to take out facilities without hurting anybody. And in another sense, we may be dealing with Iran maybe having a nuclear weapon because they were allowed to have one. And it may not be as bad as we think. So maybe we're prejudging this. Maybe we could all live in a world where we all have nuclear weapons of some sort, like we have for the past 60, 70 years since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Another interesting mitigating factor is that Hiroshima and Nagasaki never left lingering mutagenic effects upon the people in Japan. That implies that maybe there was a dirty bomb involved. It wasn't necessarily an exponential explosion like they claimed it was. Because the more I look at Enola Gay and the bomb construction of the bomb that went and landed, it looks just like a fuel air bomb to me. And I don't know a lot about bombs, but I can tell you, I looked these things up, and I can tell you that it doesn't really look like it was a nuclear payload. So I'm beginning to wonder if Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't just an amazing act of fraud, and that the people of Japan were bluffed into believing these were massive nuclear weapons. And because we haven't seen anything quite like that, except over the past 60, 70 years where tests were conducted in various areas. So the entire Earth has been speckled with nuclear blasts in testing, but we haven't really seen any exponential blowouts beyond that. And I'm just wondering how much of it's real and how much of it's make-believe. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's as real as we could possibly worry about, but is it that real that it would destroy all of us? I don't really know. I'm beginning to have doubts. Larry Sinclair has already played. You missed the Larry Sinclair moment. Yeah, but the technology of weapons development continues to grow, and it's not likely to stop. So the world will get a lot more dangerous as time goes on, whether we like it or not. The question is, can we open up lines of communication to mitigate that? So I'm not really sure if Trump is doing exactly that. He's creating a very dangerous world. Here's a time lapse of all the nuclear explosions since 1953. Yeah, I wish I could set the speed at faster. There you go. 1955. You can see the date in the corner. 1961, lots of explosions going on. By 1966, they were rapidly happening in the Middle East, and mostly Russia and the US. Anyway, suffice to say, over a broad period of time, they were going on all the time. Yeah. Oh, I'd show you the advance of nuclear weapons, but the fact is, we've yet to see any major global nuclear, thermonuclear scenario play out. So I'm beginning to lower my concern about nuclear war. And I was raised in the nuclear age. I mean, we did the duck and cover in high school. In elementary school, we were doing duck and cover in the elementary school I went to in the 60s. Thank you, Alaska. Appreciate it. We'll need organic farming, that's for sure. I'm all for that. Bring back the small organic farm. But I think we've seen a lot of concern and worry, and recently, like, it spiked with Donald Trump threatening Iran. But I'm beginning to think that Iran is more aware of the dangers and the ultimate backlash that can happen if they do push our envelope of trust. We have right now put a man in the presidency who is rather almost unpredictable, and in a way that actually creates a barrier for other people that makes them wonder, can they do anything? In a way, that's okay. That's fine right now. It's not going to help us work toward non-proliferation. They're not going to get rid of their nuclear weapons. And when Trump said he's going to prevent them from creating a nuclear weapon, he was just flat out lying. They already have a nuclear weapon. I don't fund terrorists. That's why I thought it was ridiculous that he would put his name out there saying that. I would never fund terrorists. Right, there are white Neanderthals who have nothing to do better to do than develop weapons of mass destruction. No question about it. Hey, we do face a tremendous threat of biological and chemical weapons. Perhaps worse than the nuclear threat. So, please, Mr. David, are you the same person who's been held hostage in the other room? Who was in iVlog saying you're being held hostage by your over the people above you? Yeah. Okay, the real man's pilot. Okay. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Hang on. I think it was the real man's attorney that was banned. Okay. Not the pilot. So you got some time on the computer. They're giving you heat for liking our show, not realizing that our show is very likable. And that even their clones are beginning to convert. Their clone hackers are beginning to see the beauty of what I talk about. Interesting. So high-tech safe zones would include any type of ability to look spectroscopically at something from a distance and see whether there's an explosion, any type of explosive material in it. We could spot the signature spectroscopically of gunpowder, dynamite, even plastique. Very dangerous stuff. So the high-tech safe zone would see that in advance so no one could get into the area where people are trying to be protected. No one could strap on or put in, someone could swallow plastic explosives, it would see that too. So that type of technology does exist and would be employed in the high-tech safe zone. We'd also have biometric analysis that would read thermographic signatures on the foreheads of people that were trying to go into the safe zone. So if a person is suffering from a lot of stress, their head would be a beacon of red thermographic imagery, whereas a normal head would be like blue or yellow. The head would be red, and we'd immediately pull that person aside before they got in the safe zone and question that person. Why are they so stressed out? What's their deal? Things like that would provide a safe area for people, and some people say, well, they could lob rockets into this area. Not necessarily, not with the ability of laser-sighted anti-ballistic missile systems that are coming on board. Saved by the Bell reboot adds transgender actress Josie Tota in lead role. Wow. So they told you to continue DDoSing because they don't want to pay Mark anymore. And you've been, instead of doing that, you like our show, so you don't DDoS us. Wow. I've won you over on a spiritual basis. Good. Even clones have feelings. She's been cast next to Mario Lopez, Elizabeth Berkley. Toda, who announced she is transgender in Time magazine, has appeared in the Mindy Kaling Producing Champions Disney Channel Jessie. Well, that's special. And why are we talking about that? Because the transgender agenda is his primary goal, is to keep pushing transgenderism. So you made a deal that instead of DDoSing us, you would just drop transgender links on us? That's pretty funny. Well, the fact is, some people would drink or swallow dangerous explosives if they were a suicidal jihadist. You know, when the terrorist attacks against Tel Aviv were occurring many years ago, before Israel got really tight on their border security and separation zones were created, there were people, women, that would go in with claiming to be pregnant and not even be pregnant. They would be filled with plastic explosives. And that killed, at one point, I think 36 people died in Tel Aviv. When a woman came into an emergency ward claiming to be sick, ready to deliver a baby, and was actually detonated. So yeah, there's a good reason why we need to develop safe zones, high-tech safe zones. And Trump doesn't have a clue as to what I'm talking about. He just used the word safe zone and claims recently that, oh, I worked with Russia and I created a safe zone for the Kurds. No problem, everything's very good. She does. And I think the fact that she has my hair implies that she and I are connected, even though she is a transgender. I don't look like she. I don't look a bit like this woman, but I can see her point. A little bit of makeup and I would look just like her. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming to my show and being we're the first transgender show on Vaughn and iBlog. It gives me an opportunity to share my beauty with all of you. I don't look a bit like her. I think I personally am offended that you would think I look like a transgender. I mean, I frankly look more like Brienne of Tarth. It's not her, it's him. Well, Brienne of Tarth is a woman. I know that. And I look more like Brienne of Tarth, according to experts in our show. People who watch TV. Anybody who watches TV is an expert now. Yeah, I mean, I look more like this woman. And I'm not even, implying that I'm in any way like this person, but the residual income I'm making is extraordinary. I mean, in reruns, the Game of Thrones should draw a huge amount of residual income well into my future life, and my acting career will continue to blossom. I thought she was really good in that movie. No, I don't know what Busey is. Gary Busey? I'm not a feminine. No, I'm a dude. Yeah. Do I have to defend myself and claim I'm a dude now? So you people all think everybody's a transgender? Let's be clear. The Castle Sponheim happens to stand right in the very junction point of migration routes into and outside of Germany. My history there, my family history, my chromosomes lived there around 1100 AD and before. And this is Berg Sponheim, the small village in Germany. About 800, 900 people live there. And the castle that my family built still stands. It was a defender, not an inviter of rogues of people coming into Germany. In fact, one of the reasons why it's so trundled and broken down is because it took a beating. This was a castle that fought wars. that wars were fought in. This is what happened to the castle over the years. So yeah, could it use a facelift? Hell yeah, it could. But am I going to go out there and lay some brick? Hell no. Our family left in 1100 AD, so don't keep pinning that crap on me, okay? Thank you. I had nothing to do with the Germans after that period. God, this guy keeps coming in the show harassing us. Hey, we saw Ricky Gervais basically hose down the pedophiles in Hollywood. Let's listen in again and see what he said.
It was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up.
I don't know what his game is. Does he want to get like eliminated on Earth? I mean, his level of humor is out there, I'm telling you. I hope he's got a good defense force to walk around and protect him. I'm glad he said those things, but geez, the Game of Thrones, yes. Dave of Tarth. So Gerald Ford said, we asked Jack Ruby if he killed Oswald for mafia reasons. He said no. And yet Gerald Ford actually believed that. I know. Well, you know why Gerald Ford was picked as president's as a successor to Richard Nixon? It wasn't because he was like Mr. Glory Hole. He was the guy that signed off on the Warren Commission report. He was the final vote that closed the deal. Gerald Ford, the only president that was a male model and wasn't elected. He was selected. Zero Hedge. Video from outside Jeffrey Epstein's cell no longer exists. Government says, yeah, that's old news, man. We don't care about the video. We know that they're covering up the whole Jeffrey Epstein case. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was seen alive 20 days after he allegedly died. So there he is right there looking up at the drone. At Rusty Shackelford had a drone right above there. And he was with his guy checking his property. That was 20 days after he allegedly died. So come on. Who's kidding who? Yeah. Well, Ford wasn't running against Jimmy at the time. Or was he? Let's see. I guess you're right, yeah. Yep, he ran against incumbent Gerald Ford and won. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I forgot Gerald Ford ran that year. Amazing. Yeah, he just didn't have the fluidity of speaking. And I think Chevy Chase really hurt Gerald Ford's success. Chevy Chase did this great skit where he kept falling over furniture. And Gerald Ford had this habit of falling out of planes, stumbling. And it really hurt him because people didn't really think that he was coordinated enough to walk. Wow, you had the Trident seafood fish sticks? Costco's selling them, yeah. Aren't they good? Aren't those really good? Free throw 92. They're $11.99 for a package out here, but I'm waiting for them to drop. Yeah, they make them in Anacortes, yeah, right near where I live. I'm waiting for the price to drop so that when I see them drop to, I've seen it happen before, like $7 or $8.99 for the same $11.99 pack. I'm going to buy a couple packages. They're that good. Thanks for the hearts. Yeah, that's a good product. It's made from Alaskan fish. Tasty. The ultimate fish stick. Yeah, the Ginsu steak knife works better than your hand. If you try cutting a tomato with your hand, no matter how good you are and whatever karate moves you have, you can't do it without smashing the tomato. Yeah, the Ginsu is the only way to do it. Okay, here's a big story. A billionaire is giving away $9 million to his Twitter followers in an experiment to see if the money makes them happier. Isn't that nice? This is the Japanese billionaire Yatsuku Maezawa.
Thank you, everyone.
He's going to be the first passenger on a SpaceX trip around the moon.
to go to the moon.
The strip on the SpaceX Falcon rocket could be as soon as 2023.
This is the trajectory. That should take about 4 or 5 days.
I can only imagine what Elon Musk is working on. He's probably got a studio at the NASA studio, right, Scissor Fight, where he's constructed the moon trip for this guy. So this Japanese guy will get in this vehicle and he'll think he's somehow catapulting to the moon. It'll rumble around and he'll have this delusion that he's going to the moon. And we'll film it and we'll all look at it. It'll be great. But he's boldly giving people cash. Good for him. Yeah, I don't know. It just looks like a weird deal with Elon Musk claiming that it's so fake it's real. Remember that? I could karate chop a tomato, yes. I'm capable. Right on a chopping block and just smash it to pieces. Everywhere would be tomato seeds. It'd be horrible. Oh, okay, so here's an interesting story about one of our news sites. Apparently, technology can help reduce political polarization. And I've got a news site at my website, coolrock.com, called All Sides. I plugged it in at the bottom. When you go to Cool Rock and then dial down to the bottom of the page, coolrock.com, you'll see the All Sides newscast. There it is. And in a way, it is bridging the gap. Yeah, they voted for Trump, so obviously we can't talk about anything. There's no use reasoning with them. They're left-wing nuts. Why can't they see that they are the problem? This type of extreme political polarization feels ordinary in today's America. Confident ignorance and self-righteous anger seems normal. Apparently bent on division, we dismiss the other side instead of valuing alternative viewpoints. Well, these problems are easy to see. The challenge is fixing them. And it goes on to talk about that newscast. All Sides, a technology startup founded in 2012, is producing the systems, services, and technology to reverse society's divisive trends. It's co-founded by the former product manager team at Netscape Navigator. Remember them? It was born from the realization that the internet should help reverse polarization instead of driving it. I like it. So I like that news clip. It fits right into our we've had Cool Rock plugged in with that for a couple years now. I remember seeing that site at a convention in 2014. Sarah and I went to a convention for educators and we found that site. Pretty cool. So they have the telltale signs of what appears to be a missile in the debris of the aircraft that landed and killed 176 people on board en route from Tehran to Ukraine. This appears to be the telltale sign of an M1 surface-to-air missile made in Russia, most likely deployed in Iran. So it's very possible that the Iranian government shot down their own plane. It's entirely within possibility. Was it a precursor? Was it predicted or in any way caused by Donald Trump's decision to kill General Soleimani? Maybe, yeah. The connection is very real. I mean, they could have been really overstressed in their anti-ballistic area and somebody trigger happy could have hit the button accidentally. And all of this was, the precursor was Donald Trump's attack on General Soleimani. So if this is the case, then Donald Trump is responsible for the death of 176 people. Kind of. Hey, Mr. Sponheim, welcome from Albania. Hi, Victory for Cake. You woke up just in time to catch the show. You know, I really love this ability to talk about issues that are facing the country and play videos for you later in the evening. It gives me a chance to, give you insight into what we're dealing with here. The Dutch Safety Board produced this video to explain how the BUK missile system works and how it may have attacked the MH17 in July of 2014. I'm not saying this is what possibly shot down the plane in Iran, though, but yeah, very likely could have been this type of missile system that took down MH17. A lot of people wondered about MH17. They thought maybe it was destroyed by Ukraine blaming Russia. One theory. Russia blaming Ukraine, another theory. There was a story that Vladimir Putin had flown through that same airspace that the MH17 plane was attacked just an hour prior with a Boeing 777 the same size as MH17. You got to wonder if, and the debris from MH17 was similar in nature to the debris from this plane. But we're going to find out some video tonight that Sisyphite brought us that contests whether the plane actually crashed. If it was not just faked. We don't have full knowledge of the manifest. I haven't heard a lot of Canadian people interviewed yet claiming they lost their loved ones on that plane. Allegedly, there were 63 people who were Canadian. So a lot of this will be brought up in our after show starting in about 20 minutes. A missile specialist said that Iran could not have shot down the Ukraine plane, quoting, "These blast points are too accurate for sand people." Well, that's ridiculous. Iran has one of the most advanced directed energy weapons systems in the world. They've been working on proton beams and all kinds of laser beams. They've been able to hijack our UAVs. They actually landed a UAV in 2010 in Tehran. They captured it. It was a Lockheed Martin UAV. It's the Iran-US RQ-170 incident. This was not talked about when Obama was president. We talked about it in our show because we had photographs of it, but this is Iran bragging about, and see, people were standing around in Tehran the capture of an unmanned aerial vehicle developed by Lockheed Martin. Yeah, this is a real story. So they have a technology capable of actually hijacking the telemetry data and redirecting the plane to land. That's a pretty powerful group of technologists working in Iran. I don't underestimate Iran's capability. There was a time that we would gladly underestimate their ability, but I think we have to be cautious now. Yeah, you're right. Lynette Squeaky Fromm tried to attack attack Gerald Ford. 45 Colt 45. She pulled on Gerald Ford at point blank range. Yeah, and it doesn't make sense that Squeaky Fromm would get released. I don't understand that at all. Maybe Iran is only as smart as their Russian advisors, but really, can we underestimate anyone in this nuclear age? Is it really safe for us to run around underestimating everybody? I mean, we may have overestimated the potential danger of nuclear weapons, but I'd rather overestimate their danger than underestimate it. I just don't really want to freak out about thermonuclear war like so many people are. They tend to freak out about it. I don't want to. I think we were all raised to be worried about global nuclear war, but I don't think we should live in a state of fear about it. And I think it's safe to say that aggression against Iran is counterproductive to our needs and the world needs as well. Iran is a stable supply of oil for many nations around the world, and for us to impose economic sanctions on Iran makes no sense, other than areas where they've managed to, take ink that's been made for counterfeiting and paper for counterfeiting. Those are things we should have economic sanctions on. Counterfeit ink and paper. But everything else seems so unnecessary and ultimately counterproductive to Iran's success as a nation. I don't really understand why we'd want to disable that nation entirely and force all those people into a hardship. Makes no sense. What's our end game? What do we get out of the deal? We'll get rid of the threat of a nuclear weapon. Trump acts like they haven't created a nuclear weapon when clearly they have a nuclear weapon. I have some photographs of some archive footage of their missile production, which I'm trying to locate and add to our collection in the evening, but I have yet to find it. It's on a backup drive. But there are images of the nuclear program that's been going on in Iran secretly for years. They have released images of their own nuclear capability to their own people. So we have just as much of a threat from Russia running around claiming they've got a weapon that can go 27 times the speed of sound, a hypersonic weapon. That means that they can get to our country within 5 minutes from Russia. That's ridiculous. It breaks all barriers of mutual assured destruction and forces the idea of nuclear proliferation onto the table, where we all have to get bigger and faster and better to defeat each other. It's not working toward a collateral minimization of weaponry. We're getting the wrong messages because the people that are funding this are really Zionists. They just want global depopulation. They don't even care about war.
What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do?
The Zionist directive is to create more war machinery, start more wars, continue the small and low-intensity conflict like Henry Kissinger talked about many years ago, do preemptive strikes on other countries, and continue this endless destruction of the environment. And most of us are going, why? What's the point? If humanity's overpopulated, we'll find our own way. We don't need to be led down the road to cancer, destruction from war, fire, pollution, toxicity, radiation. Why are we doing this? If we want to just let the population decline on its own, it naturally will. Any species of animal or insect will decline in population if it can no longer replicate. And with the reproductive rate in America so low among a large group of people, the only growth in our population really is you people with families and a lot of immigrants, illegal immigrants coming into the country. So we're at a very realistic, sustainable population in America is. We really are at a good place. China and India are suffering from a massive overpopulation and lack of funding for distribution of food and services. So if anything, India and China will suffer the most from potential shutdowns of the population. We have a lot more opportunity in America for people to just relax and not work too much. So that's why I'm promoting a $500 a month stipend, if you will, or universal basic income. And this is my idea I came up with way before Andrew Yang doubled it and is offering $1,000. But the $500 a month plan actually floods the market with money and opportunity for people. Even if they spend it on drugs, it wouldn't even matter. It's a random stroke. Right, 500, no, if you work, you can get $500 too. We could give $500 to anybody at all who qualifies as a U.S. citizen. Andrew Yang wants to give $500 out to everybody, including illegal aliens. That's a mistake. We're encouraging U.S. citizenship, and we make it, our pride and joy at that point. And we encourage some of the poor people who are on the streets to have something to eat with, as opposed to begging on the corners. This will eliminate a lot of beggars. Believe it or not, there are a lot of people that would probably just get their fix of malt liquor and sit there and go. Meanwhile, the malt liquor companies profit. Yeah. They're companies. They pay people paychecks. And those people profiting from malt liquor will make the money. I'm not trying to tell you what to do with the money. This won't require any infrastructure at all. In fact, we'll be getting rid of the infrastructure we currently have at DHS or DSHS. The health organization that distributes money right now for food stamps could be minimized to nobody at all. A lot of those people would lose their jobs But they're draining our income right now, charging us a huge amount to dole out money to people who really just need some cash. We won't need the checkups every 6 months to see if everyone has any money. If you don't use your card and it defaults, you lose your account. You have to go reapply. And you'll be able to reapply online or in person at DSHS. But there will be a skeletal staff of DHS working to help you apply initially. And we'll keep that system open, but it might even be a kiosk. We'll develop a kiosk that will respond to everybody who comes in. But until then, everyone will have a job doling out what we have, but we won't check up on people every 6 months like we do now. That takes a lot of manpower to review all of the information from people. And a lot of that money is coming out of the state. State budgets are covering the cost of this checking on people at the EBT level. We get rid of that cost, the infrastructure cost, we put more money into just giving money to people, as opposed to fat bureaucrats who's sitting around on their butt ordering bonbons and extra large pizzas for lunch. No, if we require 2 hours a month of community service, that requires a system to regulate it. Then we have to constantly check to see if everybody's doing the right thing. And that becomes Big Brother again. This eliminates the whole Big Brother concept and gives people the freedom to do whatever they want with that money. Now, you may learn to save. You would enjoy saving. Yeah, the Dow Jones is nearly 29,000. It's getting close. But the markets would, I know the banking community would love to have people putting their money in the bank. So you'd pull your $500 out if you wanted and put it right in a bank account. Begin saving a trust fund for a large purchase. Car market would love it. Some people might even hook up to an automobile with the money they're getting and just put the money right into the automobile and get a nice Lexus or something. Yeah, I'm sure some people would buy a Tesla for that price. Think of the benefits long-term to the economy, though. More retail spending, more money available to do things like fixing up your house or even having a house, putting money aside to buy a house. If you're not collecting Social Security and not collecting disability, you would qualify for this. If you are collecting Social Security or disability, you get more than $500 a month right now, so it's a no-brainer. The nice thing about this entire plan is it begins to dissolve as the population gets older. More and more people will either stay on this plan who never worked a day in their life, but those who did work will collect their Social Security benefits and earn up to $1,500, $1,800 a month. So they're already in the works to get Social Security anyway. So this whole idea will kind of become less of a strain on our government as time goes on. And it will eliminate welfare. It will also eliminate the food stamps to the illegal aliens that we're currently giving out under Trump right now. We're giving lots of money to food stamps to illegals. There are families of illegal aliens going in with $300 or $400 in food stamps every month because they've got a lot of kids. They're illegal aliens. They're collecting on the benefits. It's just not right. Yeah, well, there you have it, political love. That's it. And I'm the originator of the universal basic income. It's not an Andrew Yang or Elizabeth Warren concept. I'm the guy who came up with this in 2012. The idea has been mulled around the world, but I came up with this idea in my book, Hybrid Capitalism. I wrote this with Sarah, and we talked about a baseline plus. The baseline is this. The plus is you working. You want to earn more? You got to work. People have to know that we're not going to just turn our back on our poor people, our disabled people. We're not going to turn our back on our veterans that have fought in foreign wars and now are on the street. 35% of all veterans are on the street right now with no money. $0. Nothing. This will give them at least $500 a month. And I know I could live in a tent and have a decent amount of food to eat for that amount of money. Tonight on my cooking show, I showed you how cheap potatoes are, and I made a weird dish called oyster frittata, and I did it with dollar store oysters and potatoes and onions and eggs and some cheese. Very minimal, but I could feed 6 people for $5. I show people how to do that. I've got about 100 shows in my collection. And a lot of it's organic, yeah. So you can check out my website, youtube.com/David John Sponheim. And if you want to get some really interesting cost-saving recipes, I got lots of them on there. But you got to watch the video. No, I'm not going to make a sardine sandwich. No. Sorry. So requiring service, something the Republicans and Democrats are asking for, it just requires the infrastructure of bureaucracy. The more we downsize our bureaucracy and get rid of these people that are sucking $115,000 a year salaries out of our budget, the better we could give people in the street money to live on. I've seen it happen too often that these managers of these facilities at DHS think they're so full of themselves, they're so entitled, and they get like $115,000 to manage these offices, and they're just complete and utter bureaucrats. It's unbelievable they even have a job. And we've got these people working in our government that are just useless. I wish we could just eliminate their jobs right now, but we have to put together a system that's virtually bulletproof and cheat-proof. And I think this system could be cheat-proof.
All right, you guys.
We have to make sure that we fingerprint everybody who gets the money. So your fingerprint will have to go on file, along with your Social Security data, and possibly a reference to somebody who knows you, like a phone number of somebody who knows you, so that we can cross-reference any citizenship data. But that's the infrastructure we'll have to create to do the $500 a month deal. Oh, and tonight we've got the Chocolate Bar Pocketer. This is a liquor store videotape system that watches thieves trying to take stuff. It's pretty cool.
2020, it is a new era of gas station encounters. That's right. It's now less safe to steal from gas stations because you never know if it's going to be a gas station encounters gas station. So,
okay, we'll play that tonight. All right. Get ready for the final minutes here. Oh yeah, raw oysters. I don't eat raw oysters. I avoid raw oysters since contamination issues arose. Yeah. I rarely eat oysters, so I just have a bunch of oysters I put in my cabinet right before Fukushima happened, so I'm eating them now. I made pre-Fukushima oyster frittata tonight. Thanks for that. Chocolate Bar Pocketer. Okay. So according to the NSA, the documents that they possess verify that Soleimani was in fact creating a plot to kill diplomats and soldiers. We have not seen any evidence to support that theory. He says, I can tell you that there were plans that were being made and Soleimani was in the midst of that plotting, he says. The guy in charge, O'Brien. In recent months, Iran had downed several drones, attacked Saudi Arabia's Aramco oil, several other actions that led to Trump doing this. And he was a bad guy. And we'll be hearing from a woman, Iranian woman, who says he was a terrorist. None of us are mourning over his loss. That's interesting. We'll play her later tonight as well. Yeah, so we've got a lot of stuff locked in on Meghan Markle, as well as Harry, have decided to leave their official duties at the Royal Palace. And many people are wondering why that was the case. Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if Harry even is Harry. I'm going to show you something. I've done this before in the show. I'm going to take a few minutes to do this, but I wanted to do this before the end of the evening. There was a man who died the day that Meghan Markle and Harry got married. Prince Harry. And that man claimed he was... This is from the royal family. Let's take a look. Yeah, go ahead. What's your question, Ralph? Yeah. Well, being you are the NSA or the deep state, and we got voice impressions, basically your upper brass will be lie detector tested, for one. And we'll be eliminating the corrupt pigs that work within your organization, for two. And then we'll slowly work through the ranks until we can eliminate you. Yeah, I know you are, man. What's that? We just had another death threat from the deep state. Can you believe that? Threatening my life on a daily basis, claiming to be the NSA. Huh? You people are a joke. If you were so powerful, you would have broken through or tried to breach my barriers here. You haven't even made any effort. What a joke. You knew fully well that this is not going to end well for you either. It's not exactly, you're not walking into Mr. Nobody here. Keep threatening my life and you'll see what happens. Anyway, take a look at this guy. This is the man that died the day that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle got married. Now we're wondering, why did Prince Harry and Meghan Markle decide that they want to leave the royal family? Well, you look at Prince Harry and you see a guy who doesn't at all look like the original picture of Harry. He's got a different nose. He's built. This is the current Prince Harry is this guy right here. Now we're getting attacks right now at all levels because I'm bringing up some pretty heavy stuff. No, I'm not Prince Harry. No. No, I'm not saying all gingers look alike either. I'm saying that's not, this is the current Prince Harry right here. This is the one, okay? And admittedly, he looks a lot more like Prince Charles than the earlier Prince Harry. I mean, Prince Charles has a larger nose. The earlier Prince Harry actually felt that he wasn't even related to Prince Charles. And according to some people that have anonymously made claims, but this Prince Harry right here looks more like Prince Charles. But then you look at the image of Diana with Harry when he was 12. And I'm going to show you this picture right here. Best description I can get you. Bring it up for you. Okay. I'm going to show you the little boy that's standing next to his beautiful mother, Princess Diana. Let me move this picture out. Put this one up here. Showing. Still coming up. There it is. Okay, now let's take a look at the little boy standing with his mother. Take the picture right there and superimpose it on the face of both of them. I'll even switch this picture around so it matches. Okay, I'm looking at this little boy, and a grown-up version of this little boy matches this guy that died the day that Harry married Meghan Markle. Now, he died at what appears to be a targeted hit. Over 20 gunshots came into him, and he shot him in his apartment. This guy I'm moving his picture around right here. He claimed he was the son who had said to the Queen that that Charles wasn't even his father, that his mother had another father. So the conspiracy theory is that he was kicked out of Buckingham Palace and sent to live in some far-off territory under some duke. Anyway, when he grew up and he wrote a book, he wrote a 200-page book about how his whole life was disrupted. And then all of a sudden, he's shot the day that Meghan Markle and marry this guy, which is the current Prince Harry. This guy ended up publishing a book, but the problem is nobody bought a copy. There is not a single person in the world that bought a copy of his book. All of it was bought off the racks by MI5. Yeah. So you can see from the picture of the little boy, he looks more like this guy than this guy. It's almost too weird to believe that he didn't get replaced. So now I believe that he could have been replaced because of the aberrant behavior of Harry and Meghan Markle. I'm beginning to believe that there has been a big rift in the royal family over this issue, and they think that they're too powerful to be resisted. They not only don't want to participate in the activities of the royal palace, but they also feel that they're so powerful and so high profile that they can do this, that they can split. Now, I seriously doubt that Harry would ever say that he's been replaced, because that would undermine his credibility. The person who's playing the role of Harry would never want people to believe he wasn't Harry. Stands to reason, because he profits from his profile as Harry. So it's highly unlikely he would ever turn on this issue and come out saying he was a replacement. But it is likely that they just won't put up with the crap in the royal palace after Prince Andrew was pulled from his ranking because of the scandal with the Epstein thing. Maybe they just want to distance themselves from the royal family, but they have every right to, as individuals, regardless of who they are. And Meghan Markle had her own acting career, and she has a net worth of Meghan Markle's net worth of $5 million. Yeah, so she had her own acting career. She has about $5 million. It's not like they have no money. Harry's net worth is reportedly around $25 million, so they have pocket money to work with. And that comprises of an inheritance from Princess Diana and an annual allowance from Prince Charles. So they have money. $30 million should get them on the road to independence. So I applaud their effort to be independent of this whole thing, if indeed they are the authentic people and it really is Harry. I don't know. I'm just telling you what the internet's saying. But I think it's pretty amazing that they are doing this. It's very telling. And we'll see if this experiment works. The royal family will either go along with it or something weird will happen. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not afraid to tell the truth. We get death threats every night. I get about 3 death threats a day. I'm up around 1,000 or 2,000, actually more like 3,000 death threats since I started this effort. And we are heavily censored on the internet. And I know for a fact that they are very concerned about this third party spiking the political process that the elites control. The two-party system is in the hands of the clutch of the elites. They don't own me, and they'll never be able to buy me either. Now, I come from a long line of people that have been fighting the element of communism in our country. And I'm still fighting the influence Russia has over our election. And I'm really quite shocked that the Democrats are dragging their feet here when they should be putting together new articles of impeachment, not just sitting on their hands. We are seriously in danger of a major takeover, not just from Russia. I'm not worried about Russia. I'm worried about the people, the elitists that have all the money and think they can call me up and threaten my life on the phone. I'm a little concerned about the people that think they're somehow sanctioned by our government to commit acts of murder or threats that are felonious in nature. If you think you can threaten me by phone You don't have my bio in front of you. You should read my bio and realize I'm not fooling around, that I'm serious about what I do, and there's no way I'm going to give up the goal of bringing a political movement to the American people. So don't think your intimidation is going to stop me. It won't even touch what I do. It won't even affect what I do. No matter what happens, we're going to build this third party, and I'm going to make it happen because it is necessary for this country to get a voice for the American people. And if you think you've hijacked our voice and suppressed us, you forgot that the internet is still the wide open, wild frontier. And I'm riding a horse that's very powerful. If you think you can stop me, you've met your match. I'm Mr. Right. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good to be true.